watch NASA TV.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston, and welcome to our live coverage of Russian EVA 50. That's the 50th spacewalk out of Russian airlocks in support of the International Space Station. At this moment, you're looking live on the Russian segment at the Poisk module, where two spacewalkers, Russian cosmonauts Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov, are currently inside. The hatch is still closed. Both cosmonauts have entered into their Orlan spacesuits and are in the process of depressurizing the area inside of Poisk. So they're going to continue to bring that down all the way just to about vacuum before they open up the hatch and begin the spacewalk. I'm NASA's Dan Hewitt, and I will be taking you through everything over the next several hours today. This is the second spacewalk in just about a week to continue the outfitting and preparation of the Russian Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, or MLM, the recently attached module to the Russian segment on the space station. There will be quite a few tasks today to get through, some that were deferred from the spacewalk last week, including finishing the connection of an Ethernet or a data cable. So just running through all of our tasks today. They're going to continue finishing connecting that data cable that'll link the US segment and the MLM. That's going to be used as a redundant path for any payloads housed in or on MLM in the future. Also providing a redundant path for controlling the European robotic arm, or the ERA, on MLM that arrived to service the Russian segment with the new module. They're also going to be redirecting an external monitoring unit. It's mainly used for inspecting any plume impingement. All of the primary thrusters on the space station are located on the Russian segment, and as you use propellant in space, it does have the potential to leave a residue or interact with the surfaces on the outside of the station. So this is just a monitoring unit already installed that they're going to reorient for future any operations. They have a number of bridge handrails, essentially gap spanners, you may hear them called. These are just handrails that'll be installed along the outside of the MLM to assist in translation or just moving around during future spacewalks at launch without these handrails, and now they're being installed just to assist in any future spacewalks by these cosmonauts. Again, we're going to have about a dozen, just shy of a dozen total, to do all of the outfitting of the MLM module, and so this will assist in all their future endeavors. They're going to be routing a number of cables today, so that first one, that Ethernet cable, they're also going to be connecting some cables for the TV system between the Russian service modules Zvezda and MLM to integrate their two TV, their video systems. They'll also be routing and connecting a cable between the CORS units. So the CORS is used for the automated rendezvous and docking of the Russian Progress spacecraft, the cargo craft. They'll be connecting a cable between the service module and the MLM to integrate the two, and that will assist in the handoff that happens during the final approach of those Progress vehicles, as we'll be using MLM as a docking target in the not too distant future. Aside from that, they're also going to be installing a platform with some adapters on the outside of the MLM that will be able to host any payloads in the future. So that'll be one of the final tasks. Also, one of the tasks that was deferred from last week, installing the Biorisk biological specimen containers outside of the Poisk module. These will be 3 containers that contain different samples that's exposing them to the vacuum of outer space. To just determine their feasibility in that really harsh environment. The Biorisk also looking at things like potential contamination, and we'll go through the study a little bit later. And then one final task, again, time permitting, they'll just take survey photos of the Russian segment in the exterior. We'll see them taking photos quite a bit throughout the day as they continue to attach all of these cables, usually taking photos of the final attachment point, and those all get shared with engineers down on the ground for a final review to make sure everything looks good. And we'll have a couple of connectivity tests throughout the day of the spacewalk as well, as they get all of these different cables attached. So all told, spacewalk planned to last just shy of 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 26 minutes in the exact accounting. Again, that's just an estimate of everything. We'll be going off the schedule pretty quickly once we get moving. But today it'll be Oleg Novitskiy again. He's going to be EV1, or in the suit with red stripes on it, so he'll be easily identifiable by just looking for the stripes. And then Pyotr Dubrov will be EV2. This is the third spacewalk for each of these cosmonauts, both previously completing 2 together, with a total of 15 hours and 13 minutes already on their spacewalking resume. And we'll be getting the helmet cams once they get outside. You'll see a small 22 in the bottom corner of Novitskiy's helmet cam and a small number 20 in the bottom corner of Dubrov's. So once they get out the door, we'll begin to get those helmet cameras looking over their shoulders as they work in the vacuum of space for about 6.5 hours.
Copy. What's the MRM2 pressure for the manual pressure gauge, please? It's practically the same. It may have risen by about half a millimeter, but no more than that. Okay. We're going to wait another minute or so. Copy.
So at this moment, Novitskiy and Dubrov are still inside the Poisk module, inside their airlock. They've been moving pretty quickly through the timeline today, so both got into their Orlan spacesuits a couple of hours ago and then closed the hatches inside to isolate that MRM2, that mini research module, to the Poisk module. They were assisted in all of their suit up by NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, who's going to remain on board the Russian segment throughout the spacewalk. Once getting into their suits and closing all the hatches, they began a gradual depress of the airlock, stopping at 550 millimeters of mercury, which is about 10.6 psi.
Copy, Oleg. Let's prepare Q card 7, step 11, Orlan transition to internal power. Please stand by for my go to start working on that step. Copy. Q card is ready.
Все, ребят, можно работать по шагу 11.
Copy that, and we just got a go for you to start working on step 11 of Q card 7.
По шагу 11.
Copy. Step 11. Temperature control handle to position 6.
Есть 6.
6 for both EV1 and EV2. Verifying Orlan pressures between 0.35 and 0.4. 0.37 for both. Turn off primary fan and primary pump and lights on the 5M panel. Verify in primary.
And again, right now they've continued the depressurization of the Poisk module. They were able to bring it down to about 10.6 psi a little bit earlier today, entering into what's known as a pre-breathe, that taking place just a little while ago at 13:45 GMT, or just about 8:45 Central here in Houston. They completed that after about 30 minutes, that pre-breathe done to just kind of help purge all the excess nitrogen from their blood, as when they're in these suits, they're they're going to be breathing pure oxygen. Those familiar with U.S. spacewalks see the astronauts typically doing some light exercise. The cosmonauts able to purge the nitrogen without going through that, as their suits operate at a slightly higher pressure. You're hearing them call out some numbers between 0.35 and 0.4, locking in at 0.37. That's measured in atmospheres, so 0.37 atmospheres is about 5.4 psi, which is what they'll be operating in throughout the spacewalk today.
1 and 2. Power is off on the panel. We're both on internal power. Demating electrical umbilical. That's complete for both suits. Copy.
And sounding like their suits on internal power. Now, for U.S. spacewalks, that will typically start the beginning, but for Russian spacewalks, we mark the beginning of the EVA or the spacewalk once the hatch is open. So we're still a couple of minutes from that, expecting it to open around 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern, or 1500 GMT.
MLI cover.
We did hear a report that there was a good final leak check done on the Biorisk module, so everything progressing really smoothly so far today.
Any shape or form. That's better.
And then before we really dive into the spacewalk today, we did just want to give an update for folks that had heard about a smoke alarm inside the space station last night. Just before 10 p.m. Eastern time, a smoke alarm inside the Russian Zvezda service module did enunciate, waking up the crew. The smoke alarm going off for about a minute. The crew did report burnt plastic or an electronics type smell in the Zvezda module. Reported the same but faint smell also in the U.S. areas in Node 1, which is connected directly to the Russian segment. No source was found, but air filters were quickly replaced. The crew was able to go back to sleep, and all signs of the smoke smell dissipated. So didn't impact any of our operations so far today. No impact to the crew themselves, who are going throughout their normal day and this spacewalk proceeding normally. But we did just want to give that update before we really dive into today's spacewalk activities.
ISS Orlan interface unit. The O2 flow selector knob is in O2 closed position. Can you, Peter, can you see if the blinkers are closed or not? It's kind of hard to see. But I think it looks closed. And this is Peter. I can confirm that O2 open is closed. Verifying pressures. And pressures in suits and pressures in primary oxygen tanks. It's a 0.36 for EV1 and primary O2 tank is showing 411 for EV1. For EV2, the pressure in the suit is sort of between 0.37 and 0.36. And primary O2 tank pressure is 406. Copy all. Go ahead and put the stowage cap on both fluid umbilicals. Peter, if you'd like, I can help you. Yeah, because it's going to be hard to do in this position. Guys, there's no need to rush. You can take your time. You are ahead of schedule, so take your time to do everything right.
And again, we're continuing to hear the two cosmonauts, Oleg Novitskiy and Biorisk Dubrov, going through their final checks before they get ready to open the hatch and begin today's spacewalk. Again, they're in those Orlan spacesuits. They're giving out pressure tank pressures, also reporting on the pressure levels of their suits. Again, they're going to be operating at right around 5.4 to 5.7 psi throughout the spacewalk. Normal atmosphere pressure inside the station, and for those of us here on planet Earth, is about 14.7. So working in a lower pressure environment just so they can still effectively move inside of their spacesuits, which are in of themselves almost miniature spacecraft, having a backpack with oxygen tanks, batteries, communications equipment, and they are a pressure vessel. The Orlan's a little bit different from the large EMU spacesuits that you're familiar with U.S. spacewalks. The Orlan is a one-piece suit, and it's entered in from the back almost through a hatchway, essentially, with the backpack swinging over. The backpack does have, again, all of that vital life support hardware, much like the EMU does. One other difference is with the Orlan, the helmet and the visor and the body are just a single metallic structure as opposed to multiple different pieces. The arms and legs are made from a softer material, obviously allowing them to maneuver around in the vacuum of space and in microgravity. But then the crew also wearing a liquid-cooled garment, very similar to ours, which they're able to control with the temperature gauge on the suit, either raising or lowering the cooling for them inside while they're working. But at this moment, we've already gone through the final leak check on the Biorisk module, so once the crew gets through these additional suit checkouts, we'll be ready to open the hatch and begin today's spacewalk.
Greetings, Artyom.
And then once they head outside, they'll get a protective ring installed and then arrange their safety tethers before they pull some of the cable bundles out, turn on their helmet cams, and then move off to begin our task for today. One of the first primary tasks is going to be finishing the mating or the connecting of an Ethernet cable that was routed on a previous spacewalk and helping to integrate MLM into the US segment. Again, this Ethernet providing a redundant path for any future payloads hosted on the module, and also a redundant path for the European robotic arm, which is going to be the primary manipulator over on the Russian segment now, maneuvering payloads or potentially spacewalking astronauts in the future.
Maybe just one, or we can just turn on both, I guess. It's kind of blinding in the eyes, but they're on.
And this view is looking at what's going to be a lot of our work sites today. Again, we expect the hatch to open up within the next 12 minutes or so. The target time was right around 10 a.m. Central, about 1500 GMT.
On both Orlan suits. Copy. What about cameras? Cameras will come in later. Now we need to make sure that all of the items are secured and will not fly out, or they're not supposed to. Copy. Now, verify that you are you have at least one tether point that you're hooked to inside the module. Copy. This is Peter. My both tethers are.
Принято. Давление не более 15 миллиметров у нас сейчас в отсеке, да?
My two tethers are secured to a handrail, and this is Oleg if you want. My both tethers are hooked to handrail 6118. Copy. Can you confirm that the pressure inside the airlock is less than 15 millimeters? Yes, it's less than 15 millimeters. Copy. Then go ahead and take out the hatch opening tool. It's out. Verify that the marks match. Go ahead and insert the hatch tool to the into the hatch drive motor shaft.
Олег, мне похоже, ты немножко мешаешь.
Oleg, I think you're a little bit in my way. Just a tad.
Спиной.
Or more specifically, it's your back that's in my way.
So the crew reporting the pressure inside of Poisk has continued to drop. We were looking for it to get to about 12 millimeters of mercury, or just about 0.2 psi.
Decal and the arrow on the hatch. Rotate the hatch tool all the way to open position. Copy. Rotating. Right now, we're in eclipse.
Теперь ручку толкателя на себя до упора и удерживать падение давления.
Now, pull the push hatch sealing mechanism a hatch tool all the way towards yourself to a hard stop, and hold it like that until we release all the remaining pressure. Copy.
Давление? Наверное. Я развернулся в твою сторону, чтобы помогать концом.
And Piotr, I turned towards you so I could help you hold the handle. And there are some droplets, particulates that are starting to float towards the hatch. And I'm ready to continue to open the hatch all the way. Here you go.
Приступай, запускаю таймер КД.
Talking over each other.
Сублиматор еще не включен. Нет.
And the sublimators are not on yet. It's just that something squirted. Maybe it was something that was remaining in the fluid umbilical. Yes, don't turn on sublimators yet. That's going to come in later. And I'm ready to open the EV hatch all the way. Piotr, your go. You may do so.
All right, and this is Mission Control Houston. We did get confirmation that the hatch on Poisk was opened. That hatch opening coming at 9:51 a.m. Central Time, 10:51 a.m. Eastern, 14:51 GMT, marking the official start of Russian Spacewalk number 50 on board the International Space Station. Again, that time, the hatch on Poisk opened at 9:51 a.m. Central, 10:51 a.m. Eastern, 14:51 GMT. With the hatch now open, they're going to start making their way out to begin today's tasks. First up, EV2, or Pyotr Dubrov, the cosmonaut wearing the suit with the blue stripes, is going to make his way out first, fixing his safety tether and moving outside of the airlock. Following that, he'll work with Novitskiy, who's EV1 in the suit with the red stripes, to take a cable carrier with some of the cables that they're going to be routing and connecting today out of the airlock before they turn on their helmet cameras, and then Novitskiy will make his way out for them to go on to their respective tasks. They're going to be splitting up pretty quickly once they get outside. With
got the hook. This is all like. Go ahead and secure it to Handrail 201, and make sure you have the right slack selected. That's complete. Copy. Now you may start to install the protective ring. Okay, let's turn it this way, Piotr.
And again, at this moment, the hatch is open, and EVA 50 Spacewalk number 50 on the Russian segment has officially begun. That hatch opening coming at 9:51 a.m. Central, 10:51 a.m. Eastern.
This is not the most user-friendly design, I must say. But this is EV2 reporting. The flag is up, and we can report that the protective ring is installed. Can you do it a good pull test? Yeah, we pulled and tagged on it. It's installed stably. Copy, Piotr. Go ahead and egress after you hook your safety tether to a tether point, and then follow the lead towards the operator post.
And we heard the spacewalkers confirm the protective ring around the hatchway into the Poisk module is installed. So now Pyotr Dubrov is going to be going to start making his way out of the airlock.
Non-adjustable tether is secured on Handrail 6226. Copy that. Now go ahead and take out your adjustable tether.
And we expect it to take about 20 minutes for both crew members to get out and get their safety tethers arranged, while also bringing out the large bundle of cables that they're going to be routing out of the airlock, and then turning on their helmet cams that will be looking over their shoulders on. And this we can see.
And guys, Oleg and Peter, just a little bit of warning for you. In about 10 minutes, we'll be going into installation. And in about 10 minutes, which is right about that time, we'll have an expected 5-minute LOS. Just be forewarned. Copy. Thank you for letting us know. Now, Piotr, we just got to go from the specialist to activate your sublimators. And you guys both are also go to take out the UKP cable carrier with SMMLM1 and SMMLM2 cable bundles out of the MRM2. Copy. This is Oleg. I just secured the tether. And Piotr reporting that he's working on turning on his sublimator. And Oleg, you are going to turn on your sublimator as well. And that's complete.
And a number of items as the crew continues to make their way outside of the hatchway. So Pyotr Dubrov in the suit with the blue stripes already outside. The crew did get a heads up that we're going to have a short LOS, a loss of signal, coming up in about 8 minutes from now. We will have almost constant video and audio communications with the crew, as during a spacewalk we're in what's known as egress critical. This is when we get priority access to the tracking and data relay satellites that we use to send video and audio to and from the space station. We will have occasional dropouts, either due to what's known as blockage, so there's those antennas pointing at the satellites with some piece of the station in the way, or occasional handovers as the antennas point between the different satellites in geosynchronous orbit. So we will have a couple of minutes coming up where we'll lose that video communication, but we'll get it back pretty quickly. Meanwhile, the crew getting told to turn on their sublimators. Those just rely on physics to help cool the water that's going to be circulating inside of their suit, which again they can control with the temperature controller on their spacesuits to help keep them cool during the spacewalk. So turning those on. Also getting out 2 cable bundles with SMMLM1, or the service module MLM1 bundle, and also bundle number 2. So with Novitskiy still in the airlock, he's going to hand those outside to Dubrov, who's going to then secure them onto a handrail temporarily. Then once both crew members make their way out, they'll turn on those helmet cams, again making sure that they have their safety tethers in place first, as the crew members will always be tethered to the station at all times during the spacewalk. Then after that, they'll be able to start moving out to begin all of their initial tasks. Again, one of the first ones we're going to tackle is to finish mating an Ethernet cable, a data cable that was routed during a previous spacewalk to help integrate the U.S. segment of the station with the newly arrived MLM. That'll be a redundant path, providing data for any future payloads, and also a redundant data path for the European robotic arm. So in this diagram, you can see the Ethernet cable connector plate. They're going to be moving down there to install that and integrate MLM. Additionally, we'll have another patch cable that'll run between the new laboratory module and the service module, and that'll get installed a little bit later on today's spacewalk.
Camera both.
Again, this is just one of almost a dozen spacewalks that are planned to continue to integrate MLM into the station and prepare for all of its operations. They were able during the spacewalk last week to successfully connect all of the power that's going to integrate MLM into the station's power system. Previously, it was being powered by some temporary feeds from the service module, but now with these in place, they'll be able to access the electrical power generated by the station's large solar arrays, with that being fed directly to their systems. So that was done successfully. I still have a couple of data cable tasks for this one, and also going to be integrating today some of the TV, the video systems between MLM and the Russian service module, along with the Core's automated rendezvous antennas, those used for the Progress spacecraft as they come up and dock to the space station automatically. An active system on the Progress basically talks to a passive system on board the station. The cable is going to tie the MLM and the service module systems together for visiting vehicles that are heading up to the multipurpose laboratory, or the future Russian node module that's scheduled to that's slated to arrive a little bit later this year. And that way they'll be able to use the core system inside the service module up until they get to what's called station keeping, so just before the final approaches, and then they'll hand over to the core's antennas on board MLM. But meanwhile, back at our spacewalk, it now looks like Oleg Novitskiy making his way out. So with both outside, we'll now stand by and hopefully get those helmet cameras in the not too distant future. We'll be able to bring you in to look over their shoulders as they work. And again, now outside, the crew members are going to be splitting up to go off and start their respective tasks.
Gennady, could you repeat your ask?
Novitskiy's going to install the cable carrier for all of the cables that they're going to be routing on a handrail.
And then turn on the IS there in the middle position. Yes, it's in the middle position. Okay, AV1, AV2 as well has the cold hot control in the middle position. Yes, I see the arrow. I am turning it in the direction of the flywheel. Copy. Actually, in about a minute and a half, there will be an LOS. It's an expected one. Alex Peter, cold, hot candle. Inaudible. Everyone is on one. Inaudible. Cable bundle is on the translational handrail 303. Artem, is it okay if I secure if I tighten it by hand? Yes, that will be sufficient. Copy. Oleg, if it's not too much trouble, could you move the crew log bag with the translational handrails to Peter and bring it to Peter? Okay. As far as I understand, I need to free up the tether from the bundle. Okay, yes, that is exactly the case. So you can secure the tether either on the OKP handle or on the translational handrail, but secure both the hooks on that handrail. Peter, did you rotate back at all? Yes, I rotated back at all. Copy. Then translate to handrail 6038. And in about a minute, we're going to have sunrise. Copy. I secured one tether. Yes, and maneuver the crew back out. You can put it on the translational handrail, and Peter is going to take it when he starts translating along Strela. We're going to have an LOS, as I mentioned previously, Oleg, after you maneuver the crew back out. Translate to the Ethernet reel. Okay, over the operator post. Yes, over the operator post. And Peter, you perform the photography of the two antennas of the cargo vehicle. And we're going to be looking forward to your photographs and your reports. So there are several payloads here. So we will come back, take a look. So my visual inspection, there's no damage on the antenna and the reflector. As soon as the sunrise, after the sunrise, I can give more details. So on the right side, copy Peter, very large, major interference. I confirm the comm is getting worse. Antenna on the right side. No damage. Copy.
And as mentioned previously, we're in that gap now where we're going to lose video communication with the station for a couple of minutes. We'll look to pick that up within the next 5 minutes. For now, though, both crew members, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov, outside of the Biorisk module, already moving off into their first task. Novitskiy, EV1, he's in the suit with the red stripes. Right now is securing a cable carrier with some of the different cables that they're going to be routing and connecting today on a handrail. Meanwhile, Pyotr Dubrov, EV2 in the suit with the blue stripes, is taking some photos of the currently docked Progress MS-17 or the 78P Progress vehicle. He's taking pictures of a couple of the antennas. They'll be taking photos of quite a bit of their work today. All of this just gets sent back down to teams on the ground for additional review. Once they're done with these initial tasks, they're immediately going to jump in to routing the Ethernet cable, the data cable, to help further integrate the multi-purpose laboratory module with the U.S. segment of the station.
Such low light. The sun is shining from the other side. Okay, copy. We will be standing by for now until the sun rises a little bit. So I secured this with the hook and with adjustable tether. Copy, Oleg.
Getting our first views from the helmet cameras. This one.
I activated the camera. Copy. Taking photographs.
We're still having the spotty connection with our video. We'll look for that to lock up solidly in the next couple of minutes, but getting the first views from the helmet cameras. It looks like we did have a bit of an audible with the numbers, and you're going to see the number 20 in the bottom right corner of the helmet cam on Oleg Novitskiy. He's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes in his EV1 today, and then Pyotr Dubrov, we'll look for his helmet camera that'll have the number 22 in the bottom corner
of the cargo vehicle antennas. Okay. Thank you.
But as of right now, we're already 22 minutes and counting up into today's spacewalk, which did begin at 9:51 a.m. Central, 10:51 a.m. Eastern. as they opened the hatch on the Poise module and started making their way outside. Both crew members already outside. The helmet camera is powered up, and once we get video back, we should be able to start looking over their shoulders. Already moving into their first task, Pyotr Dubrov working to take some photos of antennas on the Progress spacecraft, currently docked to the station, while Oleg Novitskiy finishes securing a cable carrier on one of the handrails just outside of Poise before he moves over to start getting the cable reel of that Ethernet data cable that's going to connect the U.S. segment with the new multi-purpose laboratory module. And then getting our video back again, you can tell this is Novitskiy by the red stripe that you can see on his spacesuit is EV1 today.
I have approached antennas quite closely. Copy. And the LED is blinking on glister, and you are recording. Yes, the red LED is blinking and actually has been blinking. So can I take videos, the imagery from here? Yes, you can. Yes, exactly from this particular distance. We need that as a backup. Okay, copy. I'll do it. Let me secure myself in a more comfortable position. Copy.
Right now we're continuing to look over the shoulder of EV1 today. It's Oleg Novitskiy. The team's working to also get the helmet cam activated for Pyotr Dubrov, EV2. We did get a quick glimpse at him. Right now we can see Novitskiy stationed right at the top of the Strela arm, which has been used previously to help maneuver cosmonauts and also payloads around during spacewalks.
Go get the crew bag, and then I'm going to go to install the handrail. Okay, you took videos of both antennas from as close as possible, and from mid-range, yes, as close as I could get to. And as close as I could get to the antennas, I secured my tether to 6038, and I got as close as possible to the as close as possible to the antennas. Okay, and also then go to the translation handrail. Oleg already has the bundle for you. Okay, thank you, Oleg. So I'm going to secure it now to Peter and to the reflector. Okay, thank you, Oleg. You can turn the camera off. Make sure the LED is no longer blinking, no longer on, and go to the and go get the Ethernet bundle, Ethernet cable bundle. Okay, copy.
then now another short handover before we get that video back. So again, both crew members outside, finishing up a couple of quick photo tasks over on that currently docked Progress cargo craft. They're going to start moving out now to secure a couple of different cable bundles. EV1, Oleg Novitskiy in the suit with the red stripes is going to be moving to release and then begin routing an Ethernet cable that was previously put in place on a Russian spacewalk. This is a data cable that again it's going to provide a redundant path for any payloads hosted on MLM in the future. Also providing a redundant path for the European robotic arm that arrived on board the MLM once it arrived at station. It's going to be a large robotic arm, all told about 11 meters in length, so about 33 feet in length. And it's going to be used very similar to how the station's Canadarm2 arm is used, moving experiment payloads around or any other large elements, transferring payloads in and out of airlocks, transporting crew members, cosmonauts who are working during spacewalks, and then also providing a camera platform to do external inspections. So this Ethernet cable is going to provide a redundant path for commanding that, along with, again, any future payloads. So that was a task that was originally planned during the spacewalk last week and was deferred to this week after the crew did successfully get all of the power cables connected, routed, and checked out. All right, and we are back now with live views. Again, you're looking right now just at the Poisk module. That's Oleg Novitskiy in the suit with all the red stripes on it in view. He's going to start making his way now to that Ethernet cable. Meanwhile, just below him and behind the Strela boom is EV2. That's Pyotr Dubrov.
Okay, I am securing it. Hook number 2 on OTA. Yes, translate along Strela to Pechalo.
Just about 31 minutes into today's spacewalk. The crew members have completed installing that cable carrier on a handrail, and they did that photo survey of the antennas on the Progress spacecraft. So again, they're going to be splitting up at this point. EV1 Oleg Novitskiy is going to move off to get the cable reel of that Ethernet cable. He's going to be routing that down to a patch panel on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, and he'll be temporarily stowing the reel up by the Strela arm where they were just previously. Meanwhile, Dubrov's going to move back and retrieve what's known as a gap spanner bundle. He's going to be installing a number of handrails along the Multipurpose Laboratory Module to just help with any future translation or movement outside of the lab module during future spacewalks.
I started my translation along Strela.
And now getting our first look over the shoulder of Pyotr Dubrov. Again, you're going to be able to tell that you're looking through his camera by that small 22 in the lower right-hand corner. He's continuing to move along the Strela boom right now. And one of his first major tasks is going to go and retrieve the gap spanners, essentially long handrails from the airlock, to begin installing those in the external part of the station.
I have arrived at the Ethernet reel. I have secured myself to the handrails. Okay, you can now secure the reel and start removing it. Artem, what are we going to do with the safety tethers? The safety tethers we are going to leave for now if they're not going to be in the way. And after we're done working with the reel, then we're going to attempt to remove this tether and use it to secure the stool to Strela. If it's not going to come off easily, then we're going to jettison it along with the reel. So is it going to be sufficient if I secure it here on the handrail? Yes. Copying. I arrived at the grapple fixture. I have removed the safety tether. Copy. And now I'm going to start rotating and removing the wing nut. I hope it works easier than it did the previous time. I think it will be easier now. I have translated to ПХО. Copy. Pressure on. Peter, go to the Handrail 05. Copy, I confirm.
Я вам хочу сказать сразу то, что торопиться не надо.
I wanted to tell you right away that please do not hurry.
Долгий.
It's going to be a long EVA. Please pace yourselves. Copy. The wings nut rotated to a certain position easily, and then now it got stuck, so I'm going to have to use a range. Okay, copy. It was expected. True. "37 minutes into today's spacewalk." Again, you can tell
They've already gone their separate ways. EV1 Oleg Novitskiy already arrived at that Ethernet cable. He was a few minutes early on his timeline, and so he's first releasing that, which has been temporarily stowed on a handrail. He's going to remove the reel and then begin to route it towards a connector patch down on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
No, I think I'm fine for now. Okay, copy. Then secure with your red, and then you can remove the wire tie. Copy, will do. Right now we're not receiving a video.
Уже наблюдаем.
Now we're watching. We see the video again. Artem. The wing nut is loose. I backed it out completely. You can probably see it, but the little stopwatch is not. I'm not able to extract it. Do you see it? Yes, I see it. That means the latch is broken. Okay, Oleg, we're going to follow a bed. We're going to unwire it. We're going to use the pessimistic option. We're going to unwind it and place. Yes, Ethernet reel has three bolts that need to be that need a wrench. Okay, I see it. So you will need to back them out, and then you will be able to get to the internal components. Okay, and what about? And there's nowhere to secure the cap to the cap to in here, or is there some internal component that's securing it in place? Could you repeat your last thought?
The cover that we are going to remove after we take those screws out, is it attached with anything? It's going to be attached with a cable. So with that cable, copy. And when we remove it and open, when we secure it separately, we're going to secure it separately before we retrieve the cable. Copy. I'll start with the screws. And meanwhile, I'm trying to install the handrail, and no joy. I have extended it as much as I could up to the stop point, and I still can't attach it. Петр, let's do it this way. We are not rushing you, so let's try and just install it in a different configuration. All right, I'll give it a couple of more tries. And I do need to put some force into pulling it out. Oh, yay, bingo.
Oh, super.
Got it. That's really good. So, all right, I got it. Pyotr, take a breather. No rush. All right, and I will work with the swing nut for now. Swing nut for now. Oleg, go ahead, Moscow. Try and pull that wing nut, like with a lot of force. Well, no, it's not going to work for whatever reason. It kind of got unscrewed itself almost completely. So it's probably the... Do you still want me to pull it? Once, with a lot of force. But if it's not going to help, then don't do anything with this lock. Well, it's kind of wobbly completely. And whether I pull on it or I don't pull on it, and Anton, have a look. Is there any way I can screw it back in? No. So, it's probably... You can just continue removing the cover because the screw and the carvings are probably, the thread is probably damaged. All right, and I thought it was all going so well. And I'll try to work with the handrail. I can use 4320. Is that a good one? Yes.
And this is Mission Control Houston. So you may have noticed an increase in the quality of our helmet cameras as we're now getting the HD views from both spacewalkers. This is a view just over the helmet of EV1 Oleg Novitskiy, who's right now working to try and release that cable reel with the Ethernet cable inside. You can see he's working at handrail 6008. You can see that bright orange. That's how the cosmonauts are able to tell just where each item is attached.
To attach the wire with the orange wire. There is an orange wire on this cover. That's what you can use. I see that. But that's a Lear. Well, we are completely going off course, like not per the original scenario. All right. I have secured the handrail 4320. And now, Piotr, thank you. You can move and start working with handrail 4300. I am installing it. So you have just unscrewed it, right? All right, it's free now. And the lock has been closed. So the trigger's closed.
And meanwhile, we're now looking through the helmet camera of Pyotr Dubrov EV2. He's in the process of installing what you'll hear called a couple of different things, now being called gap spanners on today's spacewalk, essentially just long handrails. There's several of these that are going to get installed today. 3 that were carried over from the previous spacewalk getting installed outside of the Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Feeding hole, and the markings are all aligned, so everything's looking good there. And I will see if the threads are aligned.
So Dubrov moving along in his timeline, able to start getting those gap spanners, those long handrails installed. Meanwhile, Novitskiy still working to try and troubleshoot an issue he's having releasing the cable reel from a handrail on to begin routing that Ethernet cable down to the MLM.
So I have secured it with a Lirka, It's not very secure, but it'll do. Okay, use the red, and we are going to secure the cable with the adjustable tether. Currently, I have the large red hook on it. How copy, Artyom? Come again? So the cover of the reel is secured with the large hook of the red. Copy, thank you. Now screw out screw number 3 and remove the cover. Copy. Artyom, 4320 has been successfully installed. I am going to now install. I will translate to the platform, and I am starting working with 4300. Copy. All right, the 3 bolts are free. I haven't screwed them. Copy. Oleg, what do you think? What's the slack in the cable? How many meters? Let me stow the tools and try and estimate. Okay, now the transport tether, the one that you have, could you please attach it to the MRM handrails? Will do.
And back looking now over Pyotr Dubrov's shoulder as he's continuing to install those gap spanners, those handrails. You did hear him call down 4320 is installed. That's just the number on the handrail. Next up will be handrail 4300 that he'll lock in. And that'll be the third, the first one 4005 already installed. So we can see him just attaching a safety tether to it.
We have about, the slack is like about 2.5, 3 bay length. Okay, so now there are 2 connectors that are attached with a wire. Do you see them? I do.
Meanwhile, Oleg Novitskiy continuing to troubleshoot with that cable reel. They ran into some issues getting the reel off of the handrail, then looked at potentially removing the handrail to bring the bundle with it, which also caused a few issues. So at this point, he's removed the cover from the Ethernet cable reel, and now we'll look to just remove the cable itself and leave the original reel in place.
Cable bay does not.
Right now we're 50 minutes into today's spacewalk.
With the wire tie? Yes, that is right. And when you go with that wire for the last time, try and keep the wire as close to the cable and attach the other side as close to the connector as possible. Artyom, I didn't quite understand what you are saying. Okay, first of all, those connectors need to be freed from the reel. Then you take those connectors and you attach them with your wire tie or with the same wire tie that is currently on the reel, whatever is more convenient for you. And then afterwards, okay, hold on, just stand by. There is a wire tie on the side of the MLM. And I don't see which way it goes. Copy. In 2 minutes, we are probably going to go LOS for about 5 minutes. Well, maybe Maybe I'll figure it out before that. Okay, that's a very narrow passage here. Further. I basically have to crawl through here, and everything's catching on me and grabbing. All right, I got through.
A little over 52 minutes into today's spacewalk. We did lose that video connectivity again. We'll be getting that back in just about 5 minutes. Again, we should only have a couple of short gaps throughout the spacewalk today, as during any time we're in a spacewalk with astronauts or cosmonauts outside the station, we go into what's called TDRS critical, able to get priority access on those tracking and data relay satellites.
Well, it's...
Meanwhile, this is a look inside the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, just outside of Moscow. Talking to our spacewalking cosmonauts today, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov, their third spacewalk together.
And there is a pin at the very
right now. Dubrov continuing to install gap spanners or long handrails on the outside. 2 of 3 already in, just waiting for confirmation of the third. Meanwhile, EV1 Oleg Novitskiy is still at that Ethernet cable reel, trying to troubleshoot it. He removed the cover from the reel and is now trying to work to just remove the cable itself, leaving the reel housing in place so he can start routing it down to a connection panel on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module to finish off one of the tasks from just last week.
So they're telling me, unfortunately, we would not be able to fold or retract those antennas. That's a shame. But we're basically done with them. They're no longer needed. So if you damage them, that's fine. Just make sure they don't damage your suit. So you can touch them if anything, so don't worry about that. Okay? Artyom, what do you advise about the cables? So how do you want me to secure them here? I have an idea. Why don't you take the connectors that you have freed and tied and make a cable bay with that wire? Okay.
А сейчас у нас дико неустойчивая связь.
The comm is super unstable.
Предложение такое, что ты вручную сформируешь.
So the idea is to just by hand make the bay just the same as SMMLM1, which is on UKP, and that's how you can secure it. Oleg, Pyotr.
На чем прервалась?
So where are we? What was the last that you copied? Well, honestly, we haven't heard much.
Я понял.
Okay, copy. You start saying something, and then there is an LOS, and that's the end of it.
У меня видение такое, что
Artyom, let us try and do it on our own. So we'll try and form a kind of a ring, because we'll have to, because it's really hard to go through without untying this whole bundle. So maybe we can actually retract it from the reel. That is actually what I was about to suggest. Okay, that's good. Let's try.
Завершаю установку поручня 4320. Собачка защелкнулась.
Okay, the latch is closed. Everything's looking good here. Copy. 4300. This handrail has been installed successfully. Copy. I'm only hand tightening the screws though.
Петр. Сейчас.
Yeah, go ahead.
Наверное, Олега мы какое-то время будем ожидать.
Oleg will probably have to wait. Will be standing by. Could you see H3, H4, H3, H4 connectors on PHO? Let me see. Let me check. I can see some connectors, but I don't see what number they are.
Да, для этого надо переместиться на...
Right, you need to move to 4003. That's the handrail that you need to use. Okay, I see I'm on handrail 4003. Okay, and now
надо дальше по правой стороне.
If on the right side there is like a tiny writing in black. So it's basically... No, not that connector, the next one.
По кругу правее.
Go around to the right. Well, there aren't any handrails there. No, there are no handrails. There are no sharp edges or anything other. Well, use your glisser camera. You don't need to go there, but use your glisser camera. Please do not touch anything there. Copy. I will only use the MLI to hold on to.
Ни в коем случае, да, нельзя браться. Ты рукой сможешь дотянуться примерно к...
If you can reach
Нашел его, да?
That connector with your hand. Did you find it?
Опять же, я не вижу никакой маркировки здесь на них.
I don't see any numbers on them. I do see that it's a connector. It's under antenna. 4 numbers X. But I don't see any anything that's written on the connector, and my tether is too short. Okay. So get the glisser for now.
Немножко зафиксироваться.
Let me secure myself here.
And we just passed the hour mark into today's spacewalk. Right now, both crew members are going to be linking up. Oleg Novitskiy still trying to work with that stubborn cable bundle with the Ethernet cable that they're going to be routing down to the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, providing a redundant path for payload commanding and also commanding to the European robotic arm. Meanwhile, Pyotr Dubrov has finished his task to install 3 gap spanners or handrails on the outside and is now going to make his way up to join up with Novitskiy as they route this cable down to a connection panel on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module. So we'll get an update shortly on just where they are in the timeline. They were planned to have those handrails finished by about the 1 hour, 20-minute mark, so ahead there, a little behind on the Ethernet routing as they are still working to get the cable out of the reel itself. They were unable to remove from its temp stow location on that handrail.
Okay. I have to hold on to that MLI. So I'm honestly using like 2 or 3 fingers to hold on to. Right, it's a very challenging spot. So I have, this is Oleg, secured with 2 tethers. And the Ethernet reel together with the cap are secured with wire ties. One and the other one is on the large red hook. And am I go to translate? Yes, you are. So you are taking pictures of the antenna and the antenna for AUVK. Right, and can you lift up the camera? A little bit, just a little bit, probably. Well, as far as you can reach. So if the cameras are working, if the camera is working, that's as good as it gets. That's as far as I can reach. Okay, can you try and move a little bit to the left? Okay. I have retrieved. Copy, Oleg. Let's go back to platform 17 and get ready to accept the Ethernet cable from Oleg. Oleg, Pyotr, if you need to take a break, please do take it. Copy. I will try and continue moving. Copy, Oleg. Sounds good.
All right, well, Fyodor Dubrov just there was taking some photos of an electrical connector, and now he's gotten the go to make his way over to join up with Oleg Novitskiy, who at this point has gotten that Ethernet cable out of the reel and is now going to start making his way down. So they're going to route this Ethernet cable to a connector patch panel. They're going to be attaching some cable clamps to handrails along the way to hold it in place. And they're going to eventually route this all the way down to the Multipurpose Laboratory Module to install it again. This is an Ethernet. It's a data cable providing a redundant path for payloads, payload commanding payload data, and also for the European robotic arm external to the Nauka module.
First of all, please secure the wire tie to the 4025 handrail. Support. Copy. As close to the body of MLM. What is the number? It's 4025. So closer to the outer side. Yes, that's right. Copy. Okay.
and we are 1 hour, 7.5 minutes into today's spacewalk. Right now, continuing to look just over the shoulder of Russian cosmonaut Pyotr Dubrov as he works to make his way to link up with Oleg Novitskiy as they can now continue routing and then eventually connecting this Ethernet cable down to the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, the MLM. Dubrov already successfully installed 3 of the handrails on the outside of the module. It's going to assist in this and any future spacewalks. They'll have one additional that could be installed later on the forward-facing side of MLM when the crew members go to install that, and a passive platform with attachments for future payloads, but for now they're on to finish routing this Ethernet cable. Oleg Novitskiy had some issues getting the cable rail itself off the handrail, and then was unable to remove the handrail also. So he was directed to remove the cover, got the cable out of the reel itself, and then began the routing down. This is an Ethernet cable connecting the station's U.S. segment with the MLM. And they're going to be able to use this as just another path for getting data and commanding to payloads, and also for the European robotic arm. So that now on their primary focus right now is the crew's going to work together to route that down to a patch panel. They had planned to have this mostly routed by about 1 hour and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, so about 11 minutes from now. So not too far behind so far. And then once they get this completed, they'll be moving on to a couple of other cable routing tasks. The cable carrier for those has been temporarily stowed outside the airlock. That'll be coming up soon. But for now, 1 hour, 9.5 minutes into today's spacewalk, the crew member is moving now to finish routing and then connecting this Ethernet cable.
Я напоминаю, что фал с подтягом не является заменой страховочных фалов, так что страховочные фалы...
I understand that the adjustable length tether is not a replacement for the safety tether.
Страховочные фалы.
Okay, safety tethers are attached to handrails 4025 and 4026. Adjustable tethering length tethers are attached to 4025. Oleg, yes, go ahead. We are observing your complicated translation maneuver. You are near handrail 1500, and there are cables, including the Ethernet cables, and in that cable grip, you need to move it so that it is oriented toward the MLM. Okay, I understand. Still talking. We had a short break. I think we were LOS for a second. Okay, we are going to have the coming into the installation in 10 minutes. Yes, copy that.
Интересно, оказалось, что клапан над разъемами ХФП-17.
What I'm seeing is that the valve is not attached securely. The only thing that's keeping it in place is the Velcro tape. Okay, copy that. Can you please go ahead and attach that? Okay, I'm thinking maybe the adjustable length tether, adjustable tether. Okay, let's do the adjustable tether first. And then, because this is a small valve, we don't want to waste it with a adjustable tether. I was thinking maybe the red Yes, that could work. In any case, we're going to be putting this away into the crew log bag. Anyway, why? Maybe we should reinstall it. Before moving away from this work zone, maybe I will put that back in place. Or do you want me to remove it completely? Peter, is my understanding correct that you are talking about the cable that has the high frequency connectors 17-7? Yes, it's covered with the Velcro. Okay, once we mate the connectors, they are going to stick out from the frame, and we will not be able to cover them. Okay, so you want me to put away that valve completely and take it back with me, correct? Yes, so this is my answer for now, but I will look into this and make sure. Okay. Oleg, did you move the cable? Yes, I have. We copy. So far, we are moving in the correct direction. Yes, this is a complicated point here for us because you will need to make sure that the cables are not twisting. Be very aware of that. Okay, we will try to avoid that. Yes, let's try. I can see your the bottoms of your feet. Looks like you're nearby. Yes, I'm close. Peter. Go ahead. Since you're seeing Oleg already, you need to start preparing connectors 174 and 1741. You need to prepare them for the Ethernet cables to accept that from Oleg. You will need to cut the ties. Okay, I see that from above. To make sure that the tie is out of the way, I will go ahead and remove it. Yes, we copy that. Are you receiving the video? Yes, we are. Good. So I was thinking maybe put the cable here. Can you see that? Would that be okay? The Ethernet cable goes under the power cable. Yes, That is exactly how it's supposed to be.
Слева. Вот прямо перед тобой.
The one that's right to the left of you, right directly in front of you. Yes, I copy. So I will try. Oh, another question. There's another cable here. Outside of the handle. Should I attach it also? This is the cable that's tied to the connector, is that correct? I don't know, I can't see. Okay. In theory, you should have the connectors that you used during the previous CVAs, and you used wire ties to tie them. No, these are the orange ones. This one goes straight through the handle. If it's the orange one, then I think it is from MRM 1. No, it's near the two handrails. Okay, Oleg, don't worry about this. Don't waste your time with that.
Петр, по поводу клапанов FT, что мы будем...
We have a recommendation for the MLI. If the connectors are in the way and don't allow us to cover the MLI flap, then do not put them in. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and grab them. Yes, I concur. Just to be safe, put them in the crew lock bag, because if we connect those connectors, they are going to stick out, and we will have a hard time seeing that. Just in a few minutes, we're going to enter the orbital night. Copy that. I have attached the cover for now to keep it out of the way. Copy. It's getting warm in the sun. Yeah, it's nice.
And we're a little over 1 hour, 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, continuing to get views from both Oleg Novitskiy and Fyodor Dubrov. This is a view from Dubrov's helmet camera. Right now, he's just securing some MLI, some multi-layer insulation over the connector panel found on the Nauka module. Meanwhile, Oleg Novitskiy continuing to make his way down with that Ethernet cable, securing it with hand clamps on a couple of the handrails on the way down. And once he arrives, he'll be able to connect that Ethernet cable and complete that task for today's spacewalk. But continuing to move along, we're now just a little bit behind the timeline. We'll get a readout of just where they are for today's spacewalk in a little bit after they finish this next task. Originally planned to last just under 6.5 hours so far today, but already successfully installed 3 gap spanners or handrails outside of the MLM, and then just working now to finish routing this Ethernet cable before they move on to a number of other cable routing tasks that are just going to continue to integrate and prepare MLM for operations on board the station.
I am just taking it easy working, just preparing my little connectors. Okay. We copy that. Still, let's just take a minute to catch our breath. Yes, sure. So from the handrail 2123, we will need to go down to handrail 4046, right? 4006, correct. And there you already have the wire tie installed. Okay, I can see that. I copy. Then you will be moving to Handrail 4005, the one that we were working with earlier today. And you will be in the area of plate 17. Then Handrail 45, Pyotr has already attached the wire tie there, and we will be mating the connectors there. Understood. Pyotr, if you have a spare minute, and also if you wish to continue, you can go to plate 17 and prepare it for stowing in the kit. That's connector 17.3, 17.5, and 17.6. Copy. Are you guys getting enough light? Because the video that we're seeing is very dark. I personally have enough light. Me too. Okay, copy that. So let's breathe for a minute or so, and then we can continue. Anton. I feel that I'm getting warm because of the sun, and my temperature keeps going up. Okay, I do not insist. It's up to you. You know better how you feel. Okay, got it.
hour, 25 minutes into today's spacewalk, the 50th Russian EVA in support of the International Space Station. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov making their way towards each other. Oleg Novitskiy bringing that Ethernet cable down to the patch panel on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, where Pyotr Dubrov has removed the protective multi-layer insulation and is just preparing it for the connection. Novitskiy securing the cable along the way at several handrails using wire ties and clamps just to secure it, leaving enough slack for him to continue routing it to get it down to the connector panel. And then once they're done with that, they'll be able to move back to the airlock and get another cable carrier, where they'll be then using another patch cable for the Ethernet connecting the Multipurpose Laboratory Module to the Russian service module. And then they'll also have two cables linking the two modules' television or their video systems, and then one linking the Kurs P antenna feeder units on the service module and the MLM together. Again, Kurs used for the automated rendezvous and docking for Russian visiting spacecraft, the Progress and the Soyuz, delivering cargo and crew respectively.
It's a little harder to work with these little straps here. They are tighter within the rings. It's very, very difficult to pull out the string. I have it in the cable holder 2123. Okay, we copy. Thank you, Oleg. Yes. The fact that the strings are covered in this protective substance, it's actually worse, makes it worse. Okay, how many connectors have you done? Completely fully, only one. Okay, copy that. For the lyric clips, these strings are very stiff, covered in this protective material. So trying to pull this string through the ring is tough. So it takes a lot of effort. Can't take it off because of the ring. Copy.
Надо их, наверное, резать. Так, дошел.
Okay, I have reached handrail 4005. Okay, copy that. Now, cable 4006 needs to be tied. Okay. Let me find it. Now, for the slack, for the coil, do you have enough? Did you try to unspool it? I have not yet. Why? Do I need to? No, if the length is sufficient, then don't worry about it. We'll just have extra, I guess, in your plate 17. Well, my apologies. Okay, I have tied it to 4006. Copy that. Now, start translating towards the, now be careful around antennas. Difficult there. Okay, I will move. Maybe I'll give him the reel. Now, the plate is somewhere nearby, right, Peter? I just don't know whether I should move anywhere where the antenna is close. Maybe I should be able to hand it over like this. Yes, so I'm thinking we don't need both of you in that spot. The cover. We need to probably tie it together with the cable, or I don't know what would be the best way for you to do it. Okay. I have a lot of interference. What do you want me to do with the cover? Okay, we have two options for the cover. Either remove it from the cable, or try to place it near the handrail, where we have the slack for the Ethernet cable. Which option do you think is best? To be honest, it's difficult to answer. So we need to see the place where it's connected. Maybe I could unspool one loop. Okay. So let's get to that place first. Wait, actually, before we mate them, we need to decide what we're doing, because if after that we won't be able to remove the lid. Yes, you're right. I think you could put it away with the lid. Okay. Let's tie the lid. Near handrail, 4025. Okay, I have a hard time seeing. Also, I'm worried that if I try to put the lid back, it may slide off, because it's not really a good attachment system here. I understand your concern, and I agree with it. Maybe we can pull the tether through the middle. Why do we need to do that? Okay, maybe we can find the hole in the lid. Okay, so let's get to the plate first and put the cable in. Secure it with a wire tie to handrail 4025. Then we'll take a look at the slack and decide what we do next. Okay, let's try that. Sure, let's try. I will remove the kit, the bag from the adjustable tether. And then I will try to monitor from this side as well. Yes, we copy. Wait, we are about to go LOS on S-band.
And right now we're a little over 1 hour, 36 minutes into today's spacewalk. Both cosmonauts have now linked up with each other at that connection panel down on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module. You're hearing some chatters. They were figuring out how to just kind of get the extra slack out of the cable as they get it over to the connection panel. Also working to figure out what we're going to do with that cover from the original Ethernet cable bundle reel. That's the metal circle you can see there. The initial planning for the spacewalk had called for the reel to be jettisoned off of the Strela boom by hand by the cosmonauts. But now they're figuring out what exactly to do with the reel. They'll want to make sure that they have it secured, that reel cover, before they finish all of the connections with the Ethernet cable. But we are continuing to move through with this Ethernet cable routing and connection task. Again, we're about 1 hour, 37 minutes into today's spacewalk. Both Novitskiy and Dubrov now at the connection panel. And right now they're going to work to get this Ethernet cable connected, figure out what to do with the cover from that cable reel, and then move on to their other tasks for today's spacewalk.
Leave the wire inside the rings.
And once more going into a quick handover. So the communications antenna on the station transitioning from one tracking and data relay satellite to another. So we'll get that video back momentarily. And both of the crew members, Oleg Novitskiy, EV1 in the red stripes, and Pyotr Dubrov, EV2 in the suit with the blue stripes, now linked up together. They're working to do this final routing and then connecting of this Ethernet cable into the patch panel there on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module. All told, they were initially timelined to have this task completed about 1 hour and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. And as we're 1 hour 38 minutes, we may still end up a couple of minutes behind, but the crew did run into some issues getting that cable reel with the Ethernet cable inside off of its temporary stowage location. So Novitskiy was able to just remove the cable and the reel cover and bring the cable down along with him. We'll figure out what we're going to do with that cable cover after they finish getting everything routed and connected. Again, it was initially the entire reel housing was set to be jettisoned, but the large portion of it still attached at a handrail back along the Russian segment, only the cover making its way all the way down, as we can now get a view back over their shoulders. As we can see Pyotr Dubrov up there at the top of the screen. This is a view from Oleg Novitskiy's helmet camera as they work to get this Ethernet cable connected.
Then we will have to unwind it. Let's follow the original plan. So next to the bundle, we're going to tie up that particular cover. First, the attachment length is not going to be sufficient, and it's not going to be very reliable. Well, it's going to be hanging on the cable. Yeah, it's hanging on the cable. But it's going to be in the way when we're working with the panel. You see there's a handrail here, and if we tie up this disc here in the area of the handrail, what about near the handrail 3002? 3002, you're saying? What if we have to translate along that handrail? Well, we have another handrail next to it, 4320. My recommendation is not to tie it to the handrail itself, but to the side over there. Inaudible. Interference. Inaudible. Recommendation about handrail. I think it's going to take too much space. Yeah, it's going to be too much space. It's going to be taking up too much space here. Okay, I'll try to do something with it. Oleg and Peter, if it's difficult to remove the cover, then my recommendation would be to jettison it along with all those flaps at the very end. The flap from panel 17. Well, it can be removed. It can be brought to the... you can get to the connector. Right now it's not secured, correct? Well, it's secured, but still attached to the cable. The cable itself is secured by adjustable, so it's shaped like one long tether. That's how this disc is secured. Okay, copy. I need to make sure I don't get all confused here.
One hour, 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. This is still a view from EV1, Oleg Novitskiy's helmet camera. He's looking right at Pyotr Dubrov, EV2, for this spacewalk as he works to get that Ethernet cable connected to the patch panel there on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Here's the cable claim on the bracket 4025. Over there on the corner, is it secured with anything? Not yet. It's secured to the bracket. Just the bracket for now. I need to add a tie down there. The one that it was secured with, the one where I put it, the one I put on 4005, I moved it closer to 4026. Well, It is needed there as well. Yes, I think we can remove that attachment from here and move it to the bracket where the cable is touching it, and maybe tighten it in a way or route it in a way that it doesn't go along the handrail, so it can go along the shell. I translated in between those. I squeezed by. Okay. Okay, let me try. I can take it from you over here. You don't have to translate. I think it should be installed over here on the bracket because here is going to be in the way if we need to grab onto the handrail. Let me move it away. So it's going to be routed here, and it's not going to be in the way. Well, over here it will be. Okay, I think it needs a wire tie. I think it needs to be routed further to 4026. Okay, let me try it. In about a minute or a minute and a half, the eclipse is going to be over. Copy. Talking about cable and wire ties. I think that will place it a little bit to the side. Can it be bent in this direction? Why not? I'm just asking. I don't think it'll be in the way. Well, don't tighten it too much so it doesn't have a very sharp bend in the cable. I think this way will work. Alex.
Ответил.
Go ahead.
А можешь, пожалуйста, на свою камеру поснимать, как
Can you use your camera to take the video how the cable routing path is looking right now, pointing to the FGB using the glister camera. Okay. So starting from where Peter is located and to the FGB, so basically from where you are located, turn to the left, and how it's going to the FGB, just that particular section. You don't even have to translate too far. Okay. Let me reattach my short tether. Handrail 4025. So the slack is about slightly over 1 meter. Copy. I can translate to Oleg with this disc and hand it to him. I can give you the disc. This disc, I haven't completed the imagery. Peter, go ahead. Can you tie it next to maybe 4300 next to panel 17? Well, I can try. I'm not sure how much time it's going to take to figure out these cables. Can Oleg be of help? To work on panel 17. Most likely, if we get there together, we will just be in each other's way, more than helping each other. It is large. Well, we can actually leave it on the cable, just floating around. It's not going to go anywhere from this cable. We just need to tighten up the slack. Oleg, if it's on the cable, if we leave the disc on the cable, we can move it in the direction of the handrail toward the panel. There is nowhere to tie it down to, but it's not going to be in the way of any activity. I think let's remove the cover. We're not going to be guessing anymore. We'll remove the cover, and then we'll make a decision what to do with it. Okay? I put the camera away. Copy. So what did you decide? We're going to take the cover. You can remove it, and what we're going to do with it, we're going to think about it for now. And how do we secure it on the wire tie? Yes, secure it to the wire tie on your adjustable tether or on your red. Okay, sounds good. I'm ready with the adjustable tether. Okay, let me loosen it up a little. I'm not able to translate over there. Okay, I got it. Great. I'm going to pull out the cable from this disc. This shape is sort of tricky. Okay, I got it. Hold on, I didn't route it the right way. Yes, I think it's the right way. Okay. I thought that's where the long part is routed. Okay, we removed the disc. Okay, copy. Such an amazing item. And that's where the flying saucer legends come from. Let me catch my breath. Peter, you're working the entire eclipse. Do you need to catch your breath? Well, yes, I need a minute or two to catch my breath. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and catch your breath. I am going to tie up this bundle neatly.
Привет. У меня к тебе просьба. Вот ты
I have a request for you.
Можешь оценить, как пойдет...
From your location, can you assess how the SM-MLM2 bundle is going to go?
Там как трасса перехода и...
How the translation path is going to look like with the path for cable routing?
Так, сейчас вкратце не напомню, откуда она будет идти.
Well, can you remind me briefly where we're going to have to translate from the gap center? Going along the circular handrail from the small diameter cone. And then you're going to get to the target and then to get to the antenna that's located along plane 1. Okay, I see it. I think we'll be able to translate to the handrail that Peter installed. So from the circular handrail to the handrail that Peter installed. I think the distance is not going to be that big a deal. Also, behind that target, there will be a circular handrail, and then another circular handrail, and then another one closer. The handrail that was installed by Peter. So we're going to get behind the target. In that case, you're better off translating head first. And get to handrail 4005. I think this particular path is going to be doable. So routing the cable, if you're on the STU, would that work, or do you need to translate along the handrails? No, I think it would be preferred if the translation is along the circular handrails. Okay, copy. Then we're not going to waste any time working with the Strela during the translation pass, and then you would be translating along the circular handrails. Well, are you working or are you catching your breath? I think he is quietly. So you gave him a go to catch his breath, and he's working quietly. I am looking how we can route the cables and make the connectors. I think the connector can go under the MOI flap. I am hoping we won't need to cut a bunch of slide wires to make the cable. I am ready to make connectors, connector backup forward to this connector on the cable. Okay, copy. You can start. Okay, copy. The contact field is looking good. Okay, let me before the inspection. So everything looks good. There's no FOD. Everything is fine near the socket. There is no FOD. The key is here near the sphere. Copy, then you can make the connectors. There are 4 Ethernet cables. Can I confirm?
And we're a little over 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds into today's spacewalk. We're right now looking through the helmet cam of Pyotr Dubrov, EV2, for today's operations. He's making that connection now of that now routed Ethernet cable to the patch panel there on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module. Just prior to this, they were able to get that cable reel cover off, and the teams here on the ground still talking the ultimate fate of that cable reel cover, if it will be jettisoned or temporarily stowed on board the station itself. The original plan called for the entire cable reel to be jettisoned following the successful routing and connection. So the teams, with that already in mind, just talking through what the next steps are going to be. Once this Ethernet cable is completed, though, they'll be able to move on and recover the cable carrier with 2 additional bundles that contain cables for connecting the TV systems between the Russian service module and the MLM, and also a cable between 2 antenna feeder units for the Core's automated rendezvous system between MLM and the Russian service module. So again, we're 2 hours and just about 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, waiting to get this final Ethernet cable connected, and then waiting on the fate of the cover from the Ethernet cable reel, and then we'll get an update on just where on the timeline the crew is for the day.
1741, place it on slide wire, and then without closing the MLI flap, you will go to UKP. So then SMMLM1, SMMLM2 is where we're going to work now. Olga's going to be nearby. And once you're in place, we're going to route everything when we get there. I routed the cable. I'm going to place it on the slide wire 14.1.
Ты можешь, наверное, уже размещаться на СТУ.
You can position yourself at STU as the Strela. Copy.
Если есть желание,
but if you want to, you can forego.
Переходить к УКП.
you can forgo the Strela and translate to UKP. Should I be translating along the Strela? Yes, you can translate along the Strela, or you can go along the circular handrails on the PHO, whichever way you find more convenient. Okay, copy. I managed to prepare one of those 3 connectors that are still left. Copy, Pyotr. That's good. Oleg, please make sure you do not touch the MMZ with your gloves. So please, do not touch the MLI. Right. I am going to be moving in the direction of UKP. Yes, that is right. And you and Oleg can will probably be going to STO together.
little over 2 hours and 11 minutes into today's spacewalk. Russian cosmonauts Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov continuing to move through. Right now, about 20 to 30 minutes down on the timeline, as right now Pyotr Dubrov is working to finish connecting that Ethernet cable, linking up the Multipurpose Laboratory Module on the Russian segment with the U.S. segment, giving a redundant data path for upcoming payloads and also control of the European robotic arm. Meanwhile, looking through the helmet camera of Oleg Novitskiy here as he's making his way back up to the Poisk module. Pretty soon he's going to be working to retrieve the next two cable bundles from a cable carrier stowed right outside, and those will be the next series of cables that they'll be routing, and they'll include cables linking the TV systems between the service module and the MLM systems, another Ethernet patch cable just to complete this linking of the MLM to the US OS segment on the space station, and also a cable connecting the core's antenna feeder units on both the Russian service module and the multi-purpose laboratory module. So we can see he's just about up there. He's getting a look now at Pyotr Dubrov, who's still at that patch panel on MLM. So just working with all the routing done to get that cable connected.
Artyom, do you see on the video, on the camera, how we laid out the Ethernet cables? Yes. Because it did get in the shot. Right. It's 1500. Unfortunately, near the strut 1500, the resolution is not sufficient enough to see everything well. Well, it's right underneath the power cable, and there is about 10 meters between them. Copy. Thank you. And we should probably have been moved and brought over a holder for cable bundles. Well, we have a better plan for it. It's not to secure cables, unfortunately. All right, well. So be it. These are on FGB on plane 3, so that you can move to not using the Strela, but using the reel. Copy, understood. Thank you. All right, I am on STU. Copy. And I'm starting my movement. Stand by one. Oleg. Pyotr. Just wanted to ask if you wanted to secure everything there, and while Oleg is moving with the cable so that you don't have to drag the cables all the way. Well, maybe we can actually secure it to STU. Let's do that. Let's secure it to STU, and then Oleg is going to grab the crew lock bag. All right, let me move over to STU. The reel is right next to us, and I will use the leer. What do you think, Artyom? Well, you can use STU together. Well, maybe Pyotr doesn't need to go all the way. I will hand the cable bundle over to him, and that will be it. It will. Maybe I should just grab the crew lock bag and I'll get there sooner. I think I will keep the crew lock bag all that's next to me all the time. Sounds good. Okay. So I am going to secure to the translation handrail. Copy. And you need to remove one of the layers from UKP. I see that. So the cover is secured. I have secured the cover. Hold on. Is it the cover that's behind me? It's to the left of you, and it should be. As it is. So the adjustable is going to the cap, to the cover. All right, I am secure to the translation handrail and 33 and 32. Copy. Artem, where did you advise me to put the cover? Could you secure it somewhere there? Use an empty red. And once we have the cable free, you can go to plate 9 and platform 9, and that cover could be a little bit in the way. All right, let me secure it to the red. Right next to the hatch.
Можно на мобильное звено, если удобнее.
To the mobile ring, if it's more convenient. Copy.
And we are coming up now just 2 hours, 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. Both Pyotr Dubrov and Oleg Novitskiy have now made their way back towards the initial stowage point just outside of the Poisk module, from which they exited when they began the spacewalk just 2 hours, 20 minutes ago. They've completed routing that Ethernet cable down to the patch panel of the MLM, and so it'll stay there as they move their way back up to secure and release 2 additional cable bundles. These ones containing cables that are going to be linking up the TV systems between the MLM and the Russian service module, along with another Ethernet patch cable to complete all of the connections to, again, give that redundant Ethernet path from the U.S. segment over to the MLM for use on any future payloads, and also commanding the European robotic arm. There's also going to be a cable that's going to link antenna feeder units between the Kors-P, the Kors automated rendezvous systems on the Russian Zvezda service module, and on MLM. So their first step is to just release those cable bundles from their temporary spot on the cable carrier. Oleg Novitskiy is going to stay up near the Poisk module, and he's actually going to move over closer to the Russian service module, where he's going to check the connection points while Pyotr Dubrov takes the cable bundle and moves it down to the Multipurpose Laboratory Module. Once he gets all the way down, they're gonna pause and make sure they have enough slack on either end to make the necessary connections between the two, and they'll be securing these cables in place on several handrails with wire ties along the way, just to keep things as neat and tidy as possible. But it is pretty difficult, as you can see. A lot of cables, a lot of components on the outside of the space station. But we are about 20 minutes or so down on the timeline. The crew did run into an issue, which you can see a metal disc right there. That's the cover from the Ethernet cable reel that they were originally supposed to jettison shortly after the final routing task. They're going to secure that cable cover here for the time being, and then at the end of the spacewalk, when they have a couple of other multi-layer insulation covers that they were going to jettison, the plan now is to also jettison that cover with those.
Going to translate to the circumference handrails. Well, the Strela is very close, and let me think what works best.
Потом тебе в районе мишени в любом случае надо уходить с СТУ.
And then from anyway, next to the target, you will need to move to STU anyway. So move behind the target and then get to 4005. It should be the handrail that's named after you. Yep, and it's convenient. It's not too far to go. So, adjustable. Oh, no, that's retractable tether should be probably connected to the crew lock bag. Was it in any way useful on platform 17? I should say so. After I installed it, it would get back, and I could use it. It was very, very convenient. I could use it, and it would come back every time pretty fast. All right, let me secure myself here and pull it up. Okay. I will, if I get myself secured here, then I wouldn't be able to switch to the cable. So I will go to STU, and I think it's going to be more difficult to secure myself there. So that's why I'm thinking that I should go there from the attachment fixture. And I need to pull up the cable somehow. And I need to find the point to which we could secure it to. We use the same rings as the ones that you secured the cables to. Will you be able to? And you can actually use the wire ties too that you used on SMMLM1. Oleg, could you help me out to secure the adjustable reds to the aramid rings and look for that wire tie. Do you want the cable connected? Yes, the cable. So there is a cable holder, and try and connect it there. Okay, I see. Will it do? Yes. And I have the cable secured here. I have one secured. Sterilize a little bit in the way here. I have the second one secured. Great. And the cable is secured. And here is the cable bay. Do you want me to let go of it? Yes, slowly. This is probably more convenient. Okay, I got to those circumference ring handrails, and I need to secure myself to them. Copy. And there should be aramid tape there. Not to get entangled in it, but it's not really too much in the way. Could you check the cable whether there are any bends or kinks there? No, looks as if it were new. Looks really well, really good. Copy. So I am now secured to that circumference handrails, and I'm starting to move. Copy. Okay. The target, passing the target. That's not the best.
A little over 2 hours, 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov continuing to work. They completed a couple of their first major tasks of the day, with Dubrov able to install 3 new handrails along the Russian Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The pair of them worked together to finish routing and mating an Ethernet cable that had previously been almost routed to the MLM, getting it kind of the last mile and then getting it connected. They did run into a couple of issues with the cable reel itself, so Oleg Novitskiy was able to take the cover off the reel and take the cable out and continue routing it. That itself is still installed in place in a handrail, and then the cover right now is planned to be jettisoned at the end of today's spacewalk, along with some other previously planned multi-layer insulation covers that were set to be jettisoned by the cosmonauts. So we'll see that flat disk make a reappearance later on in today's spacewalk. For now, though, they're moving to release and begin routing 2 additional cable bundles that have been sewed outside of the Biorisk module since the beginning of today's spacewalk. These will include another Ethernet patch cable that's going to link up interfaces between the Russian service module and the MLM. Also 2 cables connecting the 2 modules' TV systems, and then 1 linking up the cores systems on both of these modules that cores use for the automated rendezvous and docking of visiting Russian spacecraft, including the Progress and the crewed Soyuz vehicles. So the crew's still about 20 to 30 minutes, give or take, down on their timeline. Again, today's spacewalk originally planned to last just shy of 6 hours and 30 minutes, and we are 2 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk so far. So they're going to continue to work now. They're going to be going in opposite directions at first, with Oleg Novitskiy working his way towards a patch panel on the Russian service module, where he's going to wait until Pyotr Dubrov has finished routing the cable down to the MLM. They'll double check the amount of slack on either side, make sure that they can make all of the necessary connections before they both then meet up down at the patch panel, the connection panel on the MLM to begin installing the cables.
Right. Well, Sergey, one of our Sergeys, the one that's Kudi, since he really is into the cave diving, he would be really excited to work here. That is true. Nope, and nope. It's really inconvenient that I have to translate 3 times. To there and back and to there again. There will be like the last translation afterwards. So just bear with us a little bit longer. Further, can you imagine if you had failed to install that handrail? I have no idea how to move the reel here unless I jump. Or maybe you can move it over the handrails. And it's caught here somewhere. I see the crew lock bag, but I don't see the cable. The cable is right behind you now. Is it catching the antenna? No, it's not. But it's caught under BRTI a little bit. So it's down there. Okay, let me try a different route. Okay, I have translated to there. Got it. I got the crew lock bag. Everything's in place. And now, the cable is going over the target. I see it. Right, and got it. The cable on 4003 handrail. Copy. Interpreter, let us think about it. The cable.
03. Если мы поставим, это удобно будет? Или можно на 4004 или еще на какой-то соседний поручень ставить его? Вот по трассе, как он пролегает.
Мне кажется, если ставить, то лучше на 403, причем как можно ближе вот к грибку, к краю.
Принято.
I think the 403 and 404. Could you check if that's where you can secure the cable clamp there? I think 403 as close to the handrail would be the best. Let me try. Do you want to go even a little bit more to the right? Yes, because I wanted to have it on the handrail, so as far to the right as possible. Until I tell you to stop.
Stop.
And stop. Got it? Somewhat like this. If we connect like this, then we're going to have about at least half a meter of slack in case we need it. Copy. Then, Oleg, let's try and move the first cable clamp from and try and move it from platform 9. Can you do that? I don't see anything yet. I wanted to move this cable somewhere next to the wire ties. Maybe I could use something. Well, you can use the closest cuff, so to say, and then you can use the remains of the cable bay. And I'm installing cable clamp on 4003. I'm using a hook there too because it will make it completely secure then. Great. So you didn't even need to use reds, right? Correct. I'm just taking it off the cable and installing it to the handrail. That's good. Oleg, and those stripy handrails, you can still hold on to them, but be careful.
This looks good here. It's not in the way for me. It just helps to add extra security. Okay, copy. Okay, so I need to remove the cable from the clamp. Okay, do you want to take a break? I'm not very tired. Just within the acceptable level. Okay. It's just that you've done some serious translation and you installed the clamp. Okay. I am trying to distribute the energy. Doesn't always work.
Сложно сейчас будет. Может быть, стоило.
Петр, раз сложно, тогда давай.
Peter, if it is difficult, then don't worry about it.
Хорошо, ладно, тогда по самочувствию продолжаем.
Just see how you are feeling, and then you can continue if you want.
В кабельном держателе,
Or the cable clamp. Once you drag through and route the cable, do not clamp it. Because when Oleg
кабельные фиксаторы, то, скорее всего, там будет какая-то еще дополнительная слабина.
will be installing the cables through the clamps, there should be additional slack.
Ее надо будет протянуть.
So you'll need to address that as well. Okay, copy.
Так, завел кабельный держатель.
Okay, I have the cable clamp.
Получается, нужно вывести кабель из катушки.
Now I need to pull the cable from the reel
По кольцевым поручням.
and then translate down,
Да, до 9-й платы.
yes, to plate 9.
И там дальше будем работать с разъемом
And then
11.
we'll be working with with connector 9-11. Got it.
2 hours 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. So right now, both Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov working to extend this cable bundle. Right now, Oleg Novitskiy is moving towards a panel on the Russian service module, panel number 9, where he's going to check and make sure that he has enough slack to connect the ends of his cables. Meanwhile, Pyotr Dubrov making his way down to the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, the MLM. We just watched him install a cable clamp on one of the handrails, 4003, securing the cable bundle in place. And so then after they're able to check the slack on either side, they will then move to start connecting this cable on the service module side and on the MLM side.
Okay, got it.
Напомни, пожалуйста, у нас...
Please remind me. First, we made...
Сначала Нет, сначала
Wait. No. First we made 17-1, 17-2. Those are the high frequency one. Now from the MLM kit, the sequence of installation is not that important, but we need 356, and then 31 needs to be stowed. Copy. So my adjustable tether is attached to 17.5, which is probably not ideal because I will need to spread it out, uncoil it. Yes, use a different one. That's correct. Okay, copy that. I have the cable retrieved from the bag. Got it, Oleg. Now you need to translate to plate 9.
Длины кабеля хватает.
You should have enough cable length. Okay.
Не, это был вопрос, Олег.
No, this is actually about the cable. Further away from me or closer to me? I understand. I would say along the circular handrails, and do not put the cable behind the handrail. So between me and the circular handrails, correct? Along the handrails, yes, correct. Okay, I think this is more convenient. I have taken off the bags. So one is attached to me using the adjustable tether. Let me see what I have here. Ready to mate. Yes, we copy that. When you're ready, you can proceed. Yes, I don't know if I should do another attachment point here or one is enough with this. Well, I think you should add ret if possible. If it is not possible, then whatever you have is sufficient. Yes. I have a free ret. Okay, in about 7 to 6 minutes, we are going into the night. Got it? Okay, on the cable, we have the lids attached, looking at the plate. On the plate, they are attached with the tether as well. Yay. This makes things much easier. Yes, so we were expecting the high-frequency ones to be attached. Looks good.
Вступаю в стыковки разъема 17.7.
Starting with connector 17.7, starting to mate that. Did you say 17.7? Yes, 17.7, no debris. Copy. Oleg, let's wait for Peter's report. Okay. In that case, I will get a better position for myself. Yes, make yourself comfortable near plate 9. Okay, I have installed the clamp. Okay, then go to 1722 in work.
17.2 маркировку наблюдаешь и на разъеме.
17.2 we see the
17.2 и на плате 17.2.
Принято.
Okay, I have opened
одну часть FT с надписью.
One part of the MLI.
Принято, Олег, наблюдаешь разъем?
Labeled 1910. Yes, we copy that. Are you seeing the bracket?
Так, они, наверное, сидят вот здесь.
Yeah, I think it's here.
FT с надписью. Под маленькой.
Да, под маленькой с края.
Yes, under the small one to the side, closer to you.
Да, наблюдаю.
Yes, I see that. 4 connectors.
Петр.
Okay, Peter. Did you mate 1722? Yes, but I am looking at the MLI flap, and it's in the way. I seem to not be able to close it. Try to rotate it a little bit. Yes, I'll try to do that. Oleg. Okay, which ones should I take? Pyotr or me or what? The slack will come from Pyotr. Okay. After you connect to plate 9 and attach the coil, and then have them near handrail 2233, you will retrieve the cable clamps and pull the slack through that. Okay. I think I understood. Okay, Oleg. There are 4 connectors. Reading the numbers of the connectors. Are you seeing the decals? Not at this time. Not seeing where it can be. Okay. Anton, Artyom, can you tell me if you are receiving the video? So I see that it is signed. What number do we need? 911 is what we need. 9-11. The hook closed. We have 1 millimeter gap here. I think because of the tape that's attached to the lock, it's fairly thick. Okay, copy. Pyotr. It is too dark right now. We're going to be in total eclipse in about 1 minute. Pyotr, Oleg, don't hesitate to turn on Orlan lights when it's dark. We do have enough battery life. Okay. Right now we have good visibility. Maybe just for the camera? Yes, because from the camera we are seeing practically nothing. Okay, our connector HFP 9-11. Okay, so the markings on the cable, the decals, can you see that?
And so 2 hours, 55 minutes into today's spacewalk right now, both Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov working to connect the cables in bundle number 2. This one is focused on that connection between the core's automated rendezvous system between the MLM and the Russian service module. By tying these together, this is going to enable both to be used during any future visiting vehicle operations over on the Russian segment, with both the Russian Soyuz and the Progress. They'll be able to use the core's automated system on board the service module up until they get to a point called station keeping. That's typically when the spacecraft is lined up just in front of its final docking port before it begins final approach, and then control would be handed over to the cores on the MLM, the Russian Multipurpose Laboratory Module. This has done the same already with other docking ports like the MRM-1 and previously at the docking compartment number 1 Piers, which was detached and deorbited prior to MLM's arrival. So this will be an important connection to use for future vehicles as MLM becomes a docking port for additional Russian Progress and Soyuz spacecraft down the line.
And then connect the cable. If you can read what the cable says, that's great. If you cannot, that's okay as well. Okay. I can see all 4 connectors. I can see the signs on them. FP999, then FP9-10, then FP9-11, and then 9-12. Okay. So 9-11, go ahead and disconnect that. Disconnecting, copy. Okay, this connector that you will be mating, you will be mating to connector 911 with the SM-MLM2 with that bag. Okay, copy that, we'll do that.
Петр.
Я подтверждаю стыковку разъема 17.
I confirm connecting.
Хорошо, на разъемах.
Connector.
Принято.
Connector 17, MLM FP 17. It's all nice and tight. Okay, copy that now. Are you putting away the cable, routing the cable, or what? Well, I am preparing the cable clamp right now. Yes. By the way, didn't really work out that well here. It was installed very smooth, but then I think it coiled around the target. I can see that right now. We copy. That's okay. You'll have other opportunities. Okay. So right now, I cannot disconnect the HFP 9-11 because the string got caught in the spring-loaded ring. Can I take this off, or is it not okay, or is it okay? Okay, wait. If you're talking about the spring-loaded clamp, then yes. Or yes. That's what I'm talking about, the clamp only for now. Okay, yes, you can do that. Copy. That should be sufficient. Thank you. I will remove the cap and put this here. Okay, copy.
Так, 9-12 установлен на место фиксатор. Разъем не
912 has been installed. The clamp is installed. The connector never got disconnected. Okay, we copy. I demated the connector HFP 9-11, trying to find the markings on the cable. If it did exist at some point, I cannot see it. The cables are very thin. I cannot see the decals, the labeling. Mission Control Moscow, this is ISS. Yes, go ahead. Artyom, I disconnected the connectors. I don't see any labels on it. You mean on the cable?
Okay, I got to those
don't see any
circumference ring handrail
markings on the
and I
cable.
need to get, now I need to secure myself to them. Copy.
This is an old connector. It needs to be connected to connector 9-11 for the SM bag. Okay, you mean the one I have right now? Yes, the bag that you have currently. There are two connectors, one 2-2 and then 9-11. Got it. Okay. FN 2-2. 2-2 should be still on the cable coil. Yes, it is on the coil. And then the other one, the adjustable one.
Right now we're a little over 3 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Novitskiy and Dubrov still continuing to work with the SM-MLM2 cable bundle. It's the service module in the Multipurpose Laboratory Module number 2 bundle. They're working on getting this cable connected that's going to tie together the core's automated rendezvous and docking systems on both modules for the handoff that will occur during future visiting vehicle arrivals and departures to docking on the MLM or the upcoming Russian node module that will be installed at the end of the MLM.
Is there a number? There is a number, 10318 1452, then there is 15 KS 31 8531A-40, correct. Is that the one? Yes, that's the one. Go ahead and make that. Okay, copy that, putting that in work, connecting it to the one that I took off the plate. Yes, that's correct.
Так, состыковал, и стопорная пружинка удерживает разъем.
Okay, so I have it demated mostly, but there is a spring that's still holding it in place. Okay, we copy that. Oleg, we would recommend that you either take a break to rest now or tie this connector in place and tie the coil to the plate and cover all the connectors and tie the coil to Handrail 2333. Now, what do you prefer? Do you want to take a break now or later? Honestly, I can't tell. Both options are fine, but I guess let me finish here. Okay, copy that. So let's connect this to the valve to the and that cover with the MLI flap. Okay, got it. It's just I'm not finding what to connect it with.
Hello? 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 I'm going to hang up, shit.
Artyom, I have clamp 2108. Maybe I could use that to somehow place it here under the MLI. Well, we will need the clamp for the cables. To attach behind the target. Oh, you mean the wire tie? Yes, I'm sorry. I meant the wire tie. Okay. So that's just the plate. And that's all there is to it. Okay. Is there any room to reach any curve there? Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Есть там свободная лирка.
Is there a lirka clamp somewhere? Or maybe just put it under the MLI flap and it will hold it in place by itself? Okay, let me try. I have some available lirka clamps. Okay, so it is nearby. Close to the EVA tools. We got wire ties. So maybe we can wrap it up here. Okay, it's whatever you say. Okay, I can try to install it, cover it with MLI. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to think about what else I can do. Okay, understood. I think you won't be able to secure it there in a reliable way. At least what I've done is cover the Velcro flap. Okay. Oleg. I think it's staying in place for now. We copy. At the end of the EVA. Okay, so on this reel, on this coil, I will need to start moving toward Peter and then attach the cable, right? No, the coil that you have with connector 2-2, you need to attach it to handrail 2333. Okay.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Right now we are 3 hours, 9 minutes, 23 seconds and counting into today's spacewalk. Our Russian cosmonauts doing the spacewalk today, like Novitskiy and Dubrov, continuing to work to mate and then secure this cable, tying together the core's automated rendezvous systems between the Russian service module and the Russian multi-purpose laboratory module. As they continue that work, we did want to give you one quick update on the status that we had talked about at the beginning of today's broadcast. The crew on board the station was awoken last night by a smoke detector alarm that happened right before 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. Central. The alarm lasted for about a minute and then cleared, with the crew waking up and then immediately taking some atmospheric readings inside the cabin, inside the Russian service module. They had no indication of a source, but did report a burnt plastic or electronics type smell in the Zvezda service module, with a faint smell also reported all the way over in the U.S. Node 1 module, which is directly connected to the Russian segment. Again, no source was found or identified. The crew investigated and observed for just over an hour, and also activated an air filter, which helped the smell to subside, but not completely disappear. The crew did report that it was still there when they awoke this morning. But the crew went back to sleep after observing and activating that air filter, and the smell was not any impact to getting ready for today's spacewalk, which we are again a little over 3 hours into. So no changes to the plan for the rest of the crew either.
No, not yet, Artem.
Это поручень по третьей плоскости.
This is a handrail along plane 3. Two handrails running parallel to each other.
И вот если будешь смотреть...
If you're going to look in the direction of the assembly compartment, it's going to be on the right side. Yes, I haven't accessed the circular handrail, so it's difficult to find. I can't tell you if I have found it yet or not. So I am going to try one approach. I am going to secure myself to these rings. It's like, it probably sounds like I'm cutting the branch I'm sitting on, but it looks like that's what I'm going to have to do. There are tons of branches here. Okay. Okay, Peter, go ahead. Just be very careful. Yes, I have to be very slow and deliberate here. So you're holding on with the left, you're holding on with your left hand to the handrail in question. Am I? I am trying to move away from it. Well, this is not what you should be doing. This is the handrail 2333 along plane 3. Oh, you see, happiness is always somewhere close. If you have an opportunity, okay, the cable, either pull the cable into the cable clamp, or if the bundle is tied up in a way that you cannot route the cable into the cable clamp, then tie it up to the handrail nearby. Well, I'm thinking that I'll be able to route it in there. The circular handrail has orange cables routed nearby. Maybe I can route it over there. Or do you think I shouldn't try it? Well, maybe they're not in those handcuff-shaped cable holders because they're too small of a diameter. Maybe you shouldn't be touching it. Okay, copy. Copy, Oleg. Do not touch those. Okay, copy, do not touch. I just have to cut this one, and then the minimum required list of items is complete, and then we can pull it out and make the connectors, but then we'll have to route them somehow.
this is Mission Control Houston. Another quick handover period, so we'll get that live video communication back with the space station momentarily. Again, these are going to happen periodically throughout the spacewalk today, but as it is a spacewalk, we're in what's called Tetra's critical mode. So we have essentially a top priority on the tracking and data relay satellites that we use to communicate with the International Space Station, just so we have as much constant video and audio communication with the crew members while they're outside. So we'll get that back momentarily. We are 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 54 seconds into today's spacewalk. Originally planned to last just under 6.5 hours. The crew's still about 20 minutes down on their timeline as they continue to finish routing and securing this cable in place that's tying together the crew's automated rendezvous systems, the antenna feeder units on both the Russian service module and the newly arrived Russian Multipurpose Laboratory Module, the MLM. And in this view, through the helmet camera of EV2 Pyotr Dubrov, we can see him moving an equipment bag out of the way, and he's, again, just working to secure down at the patch panel on the MLM this cable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the space station up top, his fellow Russian cosmonaut in the EV1 for today, Oleg Novitskiy, is finishing securing his cable bundle in place. They're using a couple of hand clamps. You're hearing numbers called out. Those are the different handrails that they're securing them to, things like 2233.
Not very clear. Metal rings are tied with cords to these caps. Okay, yes, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Принято. Спасибо.
Okay, I tighten it. Thank you. Copy.
А бухта там не сильно болтается. Может быть, ее тоже подвязать к проволокой.
Так, еще раз задаем.
Олег, проволоку можешь тоже?
Can you use the wire? Can you tie up this end with the wire as well? Which end? The bundle 2-2. I can either tie it up with the same wire. Yes, the same wire. Could you make a half turn around the handrail so it doesn't flap around? Yes, around the circular handrail. If you can even attach it to the cable clamp. You route it through it, so tie it up to the same one. Okay. Okay, we'll tie it up momentarily. So all connectors on panel 17 are ready for mating. Peter, could you repeat your last? You said connectors on panel 17, they're ready or prepared for cable mating. Copy. Thank you. Then catch your breath, take a little break. I'm going to put cap keeper into crew bag. So this particular beard-like structure is out of the way. We're going to have the sunrise in about 3 minutes. You had a lot of fine motor movements you had to do right now, so how about you take a break for the time being until the sun rises? Okay. But okay, I'll do it. Well, if I'm saying you can take a break, then taking a break and not tucking things into the crew look bag. Well, you see, I wanted to take a break with the knowledge that everything is safely out of the way, because tucking it into the crew lock bag and putting it away is not that difficult a task. How many wire ties do you have on your attached equipment, on your workstations? 3 on the swing arm, and 1 more I removed from the cable that I was routing. That makes it 4, and 2 on crew lock bag, and 4 more inside the crew lock bag. So you will have enough for panel number 9. No problem. Sunrise and Oleg, when you're ready, please translate along the circular handrails and secure the cable into the cable clamps. Copy. So the last workstation where I routed the cable into the cable clamp and where I tied up the cable bundle, HGP-22. It's about 1.5 meters. The cable is routed nicely, and there is a wire tie. I can route the cable there as well. Okay, copy, thank you. Let's wait for the sunrise, and you're going to take a video of how the cable is routed. Okay, I'm just going to wait for the sunrise. It's about to start, so let's wait for the sunrise. No, inaudible interference. The LED on the camera is not on. So the helmet camera is not on. Peter, the comm is really bad. Could you repeat your last? My helmet camera LED is not on.
Свет не мигает на камере, но мы получаем...
So LED is not blinking, well, but we're receiving the video. The high definition is working, the low definition is not. We're receiving the video anyway, and it's sufficient, and thank you for the information. Okay, copy.
Там светотеневая обстановка позволяет?
Are the lighting conditions good enough? I didn't copy your last. To do what?
Сфотографировать.
To take photographs of how you tied up the cable. Oh, I see. I got it. I don't know whether I should be taking photographs with GoPro. I will try. Take a photograph of the connection on panel 9 and this particular bundle.
Хорошо, ладно, давай тогда это в конце.
Okay, let's do it at the very end.
Тогда иди к Петру и убираем кабельные держатели.
And then You can, I didn't copy your last. So I am supposed to go to Peter, and then I'm going to need to tie up the cable. You're going to route the cable clamps, and there will be wires behind the target. Okay, copy. Inaudible. Next, during the next orbit, we might have even more interference.
And this is Mission Control Houston, so we do have confirmation that they have finished mating that cable bundle number 2 to both the Russian service module and the multi-purpose laboratory module. So again, that tying together the two cores, feeder antennas in both the service module and the MLM, and that'll come into play for future visiting vehicle operations involving the MLM, the multi-purpose laboratory module. And with that complete, the two spacewalkers, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov, as of right now, are still about 30 minutes behind on their timeline, but they're continuing now. Next, they're getting the all of the slack restrained from the cable that they just finished mating, and then moving on to the SM-MLM-1 bundle. It's the service module, multi-purpose laboratory module number 1 cable bundle, and they're going to be connecting this to tie together the TV systems between the two modules, the service module and MLM. And also installing one final Ethernet patch cable, at what point they'll be able to do a connectivity test. And again, that's just part of the overall connections being made today, tying together the U.S. segment and the newly arrived MLM, providing a redundant data path for any future payloads, and also control of the European robotic arm on the outside of MLM.
Are you able to copy? Inaudible. Yes, I can barely hear you. Peter? What did you say? I'm not able to copy what he's saying. Were you the one speaking? Yes. Well, right now, go ahead and speak now. Oh, Peter. I think the interferences are over. I think right now we are able to somewhat understand you. During the next orbit, possibly we're going to have even more interference, a higher level of interference. For some reason, it's not surprising. I don't know.
Но это есть стимул ускориться, да.
Well, that's that's motivation for you to speed up your activities. Okay, you can go ahead, Peter, and mate the connectors in the bundle SMMLM1. Okay, copy. You can start with connector 17.3. I would recommend starting with 17.6 because it's the farthest out and most difficult. 17.3 is the Ethernet connector we're going to test. Okay, got it. We're going to start with 17.3. If your activity is tied to that particular connector, then no questions asked.
We
have the 17.3 cable connector. Looks, pins are good, no FOD. Copy. Artem, I got to the target. Okay, copy. On the circular handrail, there are two cable holders shaped as handcuffs. Copy. Here you would probably need to... You will need to... I will need to use the wire to tie it down. Yes, I think you will, past the target, you will need to tie it with wires because there are no cable clamps there anymore. Yes, there are none here. So I made it, and the latch is closed. This is 17.3. 17.3 is mated. I confirm. Copy. Thank you. Peter, and the order in which you're going to make 17.5 or 17.6 is up to you. Well, if we started from this side, then that's how we're going to move. Copy.
3 hours, 35 minutes, 10 seconds and counting into today's spacewalk, the 50th Russian EVA, or spacewalk in support of the International Space Station. Right now, both of our spacewalkers, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov, have met up, and they're down at a connection panel on the MLM, the Multipurpose Laboratory Module. There's 3 cables that they're working to install now, 2 linking TV systems between the MLM and the Russian service module, and 1 an Ethernet patch cable to finish that Ethernet routing connecting MLM to the US OS, the US segment. You're going to hear them refer to these cables by their connector numbers, 17.3, 17.5, and 17.6. And one of the cables, the 17.3, will be secured in place using a clip known as an ERCA. Once they're finished connecting the cables here at the MLM, the pair will make their way back up to the top side of the space station and then over to the Russian service module, where they're going to connect the other ends of these cables to get everything in place. So again, right now working to install cables tying together TV systems on the Russian service module and the MLM, and also that Ethernet patch cable. They just wrapped up a few minutes ago, connecting a cable that's tying together the Core's automated rendezvous systems that'll be used in future visiting vehicle operations with MLM. And then earlier today, finished some of the major routing of an Ethernet cable, which this patch cable will complete, but tying, again, the U.S. segment over to MLM. Pyotr Dubrov also, right off the bat in the spacewalk, was able to install 3 gap spanners, just long handrails, on the outside of the multi-purpose laboratory module, with one additional one potentially being installed a little bit later in the spacewalk. Once they finish routing these 3 cables, they have a couple of more tasks that they can try and tackle during this spacewalk. One will be installing a platform with adapters on a passive base point that can just be used for future payloads to fly outside the Russian segment. Also looking at installing a platform with 3 Biorisk containers outside of the Poisk module. Biorisk is a long-running study conducted by Roscosmos, looking at just assessing the risk of biological damage to space equipment and hardware. They're exposing different samples, different pieces of technology, different materials to both the vacuum of space and just microgravity conditions inside of the space station. Just looking at the viability of different microscopic organisms when they're exposed to the space environment. Part of this, looking at what any potential risk could be of transferring contamination or organisms from Earth to exterior surfaces on a spacecraft, or eventually onto any interplanetary surfaces. So that's still on the agenda for today's spacewalk if they're able to get through it. Again, we're about 3 hours, 38 minutes into today's spacewalk, planned to last just shy of 6.5 hours.
So after you arrange all the connectors, you will have to take pictures of the plate and then how you have arranged the whole route, of like the routing of the cables. Artyom, I am done with the cables 17.
Принято, Олег. Тогда
2, 3.
Подходи дальше к Петру.
2 and 3. Copy, Oleg. Move over to Piotr.
В кабельном фиксаторе.
And
03.
You can start working with 17. With
или может быть
cable clamp 40.3, or you can take SMMLM1 cable bundle from Piotr and start working with that. Okay. Maybe that would be a better option.
Но только там надо будет подрезать
First of all, you will need to use the wire tie, just very similar to the Ethernet cable, because while you are going to be putting those cables down, you will be tearing them out of the lirkas. So first, I need to make sure I am really, really secure somewhere around Piotr, and that's when I can start working. Yes, I think that's the most reasonable way, and also leave some slack for Piotr so he can work with those connectors. Piotr, how much slack do you need? Well, how much can you give me? I'd say I am done with 2 out of 3 connectors, and they're not too far from the Lirka. So you can actually pull the cable. So I need to follow the Ethernet cable's route. That's right. So I will take that cable, that wire tie.
И заодно как раз
And meanwhile, I will try to get a little bit closer to you. Okay. Pyotr, what if you use what if you secure everything and well, I am trying to use 4225 and I'm trying to take a wire tie and use it for that exact idea, right? And I will try and get a little bit close and help you out there. Right, this is a pretty challenging spot to clean up everything here. So 17-3-1. That's where we can stow Lirka. Okay, so I think Pyotr, take a break. Got it. How goes it? Not too bad. But the cable, okay, cable clamp, the wire tie, unintelligible. And the reel is not spinning right. It's a little bit too short. Would you like me to attach it to the adjustable so that you could have a little bit more slack and you could work a little bit better with it? Well, it is already on an adjustable tether, but and you can use the cable bundle from here, and it's better to use my side. Let me use the wire tie. Okay. Let me see how it goes. To there, to here. And this connector.
And this is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 48 minutes, 22 seconds into today's spacewalk. The cable routing tasks are continuing for Oleg Novitskiy and Fyodor Dubrov. They just finished connecting 3 different cables to a patch panel, a connection point on the Russian Multipurpose Laboratory Module. Right now, they're working to route those cables now up to the Russian service module, where they're going to secure them in place on some handrails and then begin to install them and connect them to a patch panel up on the SM, the service module. So they're going to just continue along. We can see them installing cable clamps along the way to help hold these cables in place, making sure they have enough slack for the trip up before they make these final connections. And again, these are just connecting together the TV systems. 2 of these are for connecting TV systems between the service module and the multi-purpose laboratory module, and the other one an Ethernet patch cable just to complete all of this routing, connecting Ethernet and data between the US segment on the station and the newly arrived multi-purpose laboratory module. And this Ethernet will provide a redundant data stream for any payloads hosted on the MLM in the future, and also giving a redundant path for commanding and controlling the European robotic arm outside of MLM. So everything continuing. They've caught up a little bit more on their timeline, getting these cables connected pretty quickly. We were expecting them to be a little bit past the 4-hour mark before they're able to finish all the connections up on the service module. We are just 3 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, everything today planned to last about 6.5 hours. Once they finish this cable routing, they'll move to installing a payload platform with adapters outside of the Poisk module, removing a protective cover, and then also installing canisters from the long-running Biorisk experiment on board the station. Once they're done with that, assuming they get through everything, the installation will have some protective covers, some multi-layer insulation covers that are removed. Those are planned to be jettisoned, and along with those, they'll be jettisoning the cover from the Ethernet cable reel, which, if you've been following along, caused a little bit of issues early on in the spacewalk, where they were unable to get the reel from its temporary stowage point on a handrail. To get around that, they were able to take the cover off the cable reel and bring it with them, and it's been temporarily stowed outside the Poisk module ever since they finished routing that cable, and it is destined to be jettisoned along with that multi-layer insulation at the end of today's spacewalk. So before they move their way inside the hatch, we should see one of these spacewalkers jettisoned. So just slowly release those covers essentially off the side of the space station. All of these calculated in advance and coordinated with our trajectory officer here in Mission Control Houston, just to make sure we understand the flight profile essentially of this of these items that get jettisoned, ensuring they're not going to pose any risk to the space station afterwards, and then they'll be on a trajectory to burn up shortly following their jettison. So we should see that towards the end of today's spacewalk. Right now, 3 hours 52 minutes into a planned 6.5-hour EVA. Like Novitskiy, Pyotr Dubrov continuing to move these cables up towards the Russian service module, and once they get there, we'll see them start to make these additional connections, and then that should finish all of our cable routing for today.
But for that, we'll have to cut off a few more ropes, or tear them off and leave them in the lirkas and leave enough slack. All right, so, that sounds like a plan. Tear them off and leave them in the lirkas. Using wire cutters is a little bit dangerous there, just because you already have the cables all laid out. And before that, I highly recommend you take a break. Sounds good. Sure hope so. And we have not done the Ethernet test yet. So there is a chance that you will have to disconnect all the connectors and redo it one more time. 18.4? Or 17.3? 17.3. All right, 17.3. Artyom, are you receiving any video from the cameras? Yes.
Вот таким образом пойдет крепление.
What do you think about this connection right next to the Ethernet cable? Yes. This looks good. There are no limitations. And continue next to plate 8. Right, and reeling the bay, talking over each other. Yes, that's where you need to connect it. Let me use the wire tie, the one that is port 026. And then it's going to be loosely connected to port -25. Yes, this all sounds like a good plan, but you need to take a break, Pyotr. I do have enough juice left for that for this one cable. Okay, Pyotr. Okay, I am done. This is the cable secure. It's secure. Copy. And there is very little slack left. And it looks pretty good now. I'm hitting something with the back of my head all the time. It's probably the SM module right behind me. Oleg? Go ahead.
Когда дойдешь до 8-й платы,
when you are on
работать сначала
platform 8,
8.5.
Let's start with connectors 8.5 and 8.6. 8.14 should not be mated without our go. I copy. I would not do anything without your go. That's good to know. And thank you.
Я так понимаю, ты отснимал все разъемы.
Piotr, as far as I understand, you took pictures of all the connectors on platform 18, and you are ready to close them with the MLI. Yes. And I took pictures of how I laid the cables, so it's very clear. This part is very clear in the pictures while I was taking a break. Copy, thank you. So once I am done with the Lirka, I will take pictures of the final configuration. Okay, sounds good. There will be a short LOS, and we are not receiving any video either.
Ясно.
Copy. Copy.
And this is Mission Control Houston, just a few seconds away from 4 hours elapsed time into today's spacewalk. Be getting that video connection back with the station momentarily. We are on a short handover, so just that period of time while we're waiting for our antennas on the station to reacquire signal with the tracking and data relay satellites. The crew right now, though, just finishing up the final installation of cables that should take place during the spacewalk today. They're over having moved up from the Multipurpose Laboratory Module to the Russian Service Module, where they're connecting 3 cables, one an Ethernet patch cable, just completing that data connection between the U.S. segment and the Russian Multipurpose Laboratory Module, the MLM, and then 2 high-frequency cables connecting TV systems between MLM and the Russian Service Module. You could hear them talking about taking photos. They take photos of all of the mated connectors prior to closing up the insulation flaps that protect them, just for additional review by teams down on the ground. Also able to do some connectivity tests, hopefully coming up soon, just to check out all of those connections. Once the cable routing is done, they'll move back to the Poise catch and take some additional hardware out that's going to be installed outside the station. One's a platform that has adapters on it for additional payloads. Another one, 3 canisters for the long-running Biorisk experiment project on board the station.
Great. LOS is over. Copy. We are receiving the video image as well. Copy. Do you see clearly how we arranged all the connectors?
частично видно.
Well, partly visible. Because I'm saying that 1714, if you want us to move it a little bit lower, then we have to cut the rippers and pull out the cables. Right. If we choose this route. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to fit under the MLI cover. That's an option. So one tie got loose from the Lirka and the cable is free now. No, but still too short. You mean the length of the cable is not enough for a bend like this? Right. I will have to start bending the cable right where it's coming out of the connector. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Or cut off the liricas and pull it through here. Oh, maybe I wouldn't have to use such drastic, sharp measures. Unintelligible. It's really hard to pull them out. And they're not coming out that easy. Piotr, you are ahead of the timeline, actually. In 30 seconds.
Вот, то есть решение по MLM, как я говорил,
we decided not to do the adapter plates for MLM. We don't have anything to do, and please do not rush. We still have to work with MRM2, and just take your time.
Мне подсказывают, что кабель Ethernet.
The Ethernet cable test for cable 1 has been successful, and the connectors have been connected well. We are going to connect all the connectors afterwards, and we'll be standing by for further steps. All right, I got to FEPA 8. As far as I understand, it's not very big.
Да, она большая.
It's big, with 4
Нам нужен, по-моему,
valves on it. And that is correct. And you need valve 2 and 4. All right, and the second one, so Artyom, there is a HFP8 and a HFP9, so 8-9.
Ошиблись, и нам нужен первый.
Okay, we were actually mistaken, and we need HFP1. HFP8, 2, 3, 8, 4, 5 and 6 should be there. Right. They were under the second one. So I got half a pair 5 and half a pair 6. These connectors are unoccupied. Copy. You can connect to the following. I can connect the connectors to them, to the cables to them, right? Yes, correct. And these are high frequency connectors.
We are just over 4 hours, 8 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, originally timeline to last about 6.5 hours. Both Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov at the work site on the Russian service module to get these additional cables connected. And there's 3 cables that we're looking at getting connected to, related to tying together the TV systems between the Russian service module and the MLM, and then one final Ethernet patch cable getting put in place, after which we'll do another connectivity test.
So we have managed to reduce the bend angle of the
and so once the spacewalkers are able to get these connected, they'll take, again, some additional closeout photos of all the connections of the cables that can be sent down to the ground for additional review, and then they'll be replacing the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, those white flaps that you can see them manipulating that just provide some protection to all of the underlying electrical components from the spaceflight environment.
I think that's how it goes.
And then once all that's complete, they'll take a look at their current status and then make their way back over to the Poisk module, their airlock for today's operations. The next tasks on the list for them would involve taking out some larger hardware, one a platform that can host future payloads, and another one a payload itself, both destined for areas just outside of the Poisk module. And then, assuming they're able to get those in place, there are some protective covers over the attachment points that'll get removed that were slated to be jettisoned. They'll be, assuming they get those off, those covers, along with the cover from the cable reel for the Ethernet cable that's already been routed and connected, that was originally slated for jettison. That cover will join those other protective MLI covers.
No, I don't think it will.
And a jettison at the very end of today's spacewalk, before they wrap up, do a final tool inventory, and make their way back inside of Poisk.
Arrive there together. But 814 goes under number 4. Yes, it should be on the right side. Okay, copy.
Yes, тоже. Да.
That's the same, unfortunately, the same case. I tucked all the connectors into the niche. Okay, Peter, get a break. Take a break. Okay, I'm going to take imagery. And then I will try to close it. Okay, Peter, try to take the video of everything, and then only then should you close it. Okay? Oleg?
И Петр.
Да, вижу.
Oleg and Peter, go ahead.
Как я говорил,
as I mentioned, we are running ahead of time, but to a certain extent, and also, Oleg, there's nothing you can do on panel number 8, and everything needs to be completed on panel 17 first. So my recommendation would be as follows. Oleg, you're going to translate your MRM to the handrail 4100 and take it and bring it to the its installation site. When Peter is complete with his activity on the panel, he's going to go to panel 8 and start making the connectors. What do you think about this plan? Well, the plan is a plan. There's nowhere to go without a plan. Well, basically, you have no objections? Of course, none. Okay, thank you. I have a lot of energy today. That sounds good. So I'm going to close the MLI. Yes, exactly. Please go to Strela, STU, and then proceed accordingly. I tried to take some photographs from close up and from farther away, get the general view. Okay, copy, thank you. So without having anything to brace ourselves against, we're going to try to close this up. Give me a reference point where I can brace myself against. You don't have any retractable tether? There is nowhere to attach a retractable tether to. It wouldn't be of any use. There is MOI here, and that's all. 18.4. If you move that MOI flap to the cable, do you think that you'll get more space that way? You see, the cable splits here, so it's not going to move. Copy. There is one cable going here further, and then the other goes into the slide wire. Number 17.4. Okay, copy. However, well, this needs to stay in the slide wire, so it won't work.
are just coming up on 4 hours, 18 minutes into today's spacewalk. Our crew members currently split a little bit apart. Right now, Pyotr Dubrov, EV2 for this spacewalk. We're looking through his helmet camera. He's working to close the MLI, the multi-layer insulation. That's that flap. You can see him attaching over the cables that have just been connected on the service module. That just provides them some insulation, some protection from that spaceflight environment. As soon as he's done, he'll make his way over to where Oleg Novitskiy's waiting at patch panel number 8. He's working on patch panel 17 now, but over on the service module's patch panel number 8, they'll have three additional connections to make, and that will complete all of our cable routing tasks for today's spacewalk.
I have approached to the gap center. I'll go to MRM2 to the gap center handrail 4100. Copy, 4100 gap center handrail. I think everything is holding pretty well. The part that's the one farther out is confusing to me. The cables are sticking out. That's okay. It's not that big a deal. So I think you did a good job with panel 17. The cable is somewhat rigid. Then I'm going to translate to panel number 8, but I wanted to emphasize again, and I will keep emphasizing it throughout the day today. Please take a break. Get some rest. Okay, well, I'm taking a rest, and I'm attaching the retractable tether. In about 5 minutes, there will be eclipse. Okay, copy. I have secured the handrail for 100 to adjustable tether. Copy, Oleg. Maybe. Maybe the second point, second touch point you can make red, and the transportation tether you can leave inside and you don't have to take it outside. Okay, copy, sounds good. Thank you. Are we going to use the adjustable tether today at all? Any longer? Stand by one. Let me think about it. Because I have just one slide wire on that tether. I'm just wondering whether I should remove it or take it off. Peter, I'm thinking that if your adjustable tether is not used, then I don't think it will be a big deal. The main reason we needed them was to route the cables, and everything else can be handled by RET. Okay, copy then. I'll leave it hanging here. Artyom, where should I be moving to? Move along Strela the same way to panel 15 and 16, 1516. Copy. I think I straightened things out here a little. The sunset is coming. A copy, yes, we're ready. Peter, did you start translating to panel number 8? Yes, I started moving little by little. Not in any particular hurry. I sorted out my tethers because they were tangled up. If you look back, adjustable tether, my tethers. Copy. I spent some time straightening it all out, but I Now confident it's all in order.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are just shy of 4 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy and Fyodor Dubrov now meeting up at the patch panel number 8 on the Russian service module. They've just got these 3 last cables to connect and then reinstall the multi-layer installation after they take some closeout photos, and then we'll be done with all of these cable routing tasks for today.
Well, with the Handrail, it's comfortable translating anywhere. Okay, Artem, I am here. I arrived at Peter's location. How should we position ourselves? Peter, could you let Oleg go first? Oleg is going to Handrail 4100. So I'm going to panel 8 and further on. Could you repeat your last? Going to panel 8, and then I'm going to go along circular handrails. Yes. To the circular handrail, and then you're going to go to MLM, to the handrail 4001. Copy. And who are you going to be fishing for with the hook this size? Well, there's some wild beasts here. Is this all good? Is it in the way? Everything is fine. The wretched wrench escaped here. But you see, we were able to stop you in your tracks, Peter, so you're forced to take a break. So I should be going further out there behind that triangle antenna. Could you repeat your last? You should be moving away from this panel.
Тебе надо идти сейчас для тебя налево.
So you will need to translate to your left. So I should be going behind, I'm going to go past that triangle wire antenna. Yeah, so whatever is here, I see the Handrail 4080, 4080, yes, correct, and then the 4018, and then the next one is 4017. Okay, copy. I can also start slowly translating. Okay, Peter, you can start translating to panel 8. Tom?
Связи.
Go ahead.
Могу я двумя файлами пока застраховаться за отворчик?
Can I use my tether to secure myself to Handrail 4011 because I won't be able to reach as far as 4018. Well, you see, there's an antenna and I won't be able to pass it by to get around it.
Поручни ПХО там тебе не помогут?
Would PHO handrails be of any help for you?
Они уже здесь, они ходят высоко.
They're routed too high up. Okay, I understand where you are. I got it.
Сразу на 4018 или 4017 ты не сможешь?
Do you think you will be able to reach farther to the left to Handrail 4018 or 4017? No. That's the reason I'm asking. I will try to reach over the antenna to the Handrail 4012. You see, if you move your feet over first and then the tethers.
So the tether on the right is the short one, so I will tether myself to 4018 handrail, but in that case I won't be able to reach it after that. Well, I will reach it, but if there is an antenna on the way, I might break it. This antenna actually, life is up because we needed it for the docking. The most important thing, do not do any damage to the spacesuits. Okay, I approached the connector plate number 8 and see the cable. Copy, Peter. I will try to figure out the situation with the connectors. The connectors 8.5 and 8.6 are tied with the lanyards, so you will be getting out the cutter right away. So we had a short LOS. Guys, how do you copy Moscow? So I'm at the handrail 1416, 1418, and I can see yellow markings. Now I see where I should. You can see where you should tether, right? Yes, there is a kind of a unit in the form of a mushroom. Yes, that's correct. So it's a go to start installation. Copy, in work. So the connector got connected to the mushroom, so to say. Now please use the bolt. Yes, I will rotate it now. Copy. This is Peter. I'm here with the cutter next to the connectors. Peter, you are ready to start working with the connectors, is this correct? Yes, I have cut 4 aramid lanyards. Okay, now connectors 8, 5, 8, 6. Yes, 8, 5 and 8, 6, I confirm. You know, you will need the 8 by 14 there. So first stow the cutter and made the connectors, and then you will go to 8, 14. It is to the right a little bit. Yes, that's correct. Behind the flap. I confirm. This is Oleg. I installed 4100 and now can use the platform. Oleg, remove your tethers, adjustable and red, from the handrail, and I have a question. Can you see the EKV sensors that are a little bit further from you? Yes, I can see 3 of them. And behind them, there is SPP 28 right away. Yes, you know, the appetite becomes better once you start eating. So let us take pictures. So what distance do you want me to take pictures from? You know, you please approach closer from the handrail 4100. Yes, Oleg, the closer the better. Could you please move a little bit closer? Well, 1 meter, and half meter. You know, Oleg, you have to approach it really up close. We need to take pictures from the side that where you are now, and also from the back side of the adapter later on. Okay, now I understand. This is Piotr. I think you know, I won't need caps. I think that the caps are not tied here as well. Yes, that's correct, Peter. They were sent long ago, so the caps are not tied, are not secured. Okay. So I think inaudible. Well, Piotr, I take a breather, take a break. Unintelligible.
Тебя на экзастах или уже будет все равно, ты сказал, что какие-то вещи есть.
So what about the adjustable tether? Yes, 814 actually is tied. Well, I will start from this one right away. I will cut the lanyards, will tow the cutter, and then we'll get the cap keeper and we'll start collecting caps. Yes, of course, if you know, you can use cap keeper, no problem at all. So I don't want to move away from the connector here. You have 10 minutes before the sunrise. So, Oleg, when you start taking pictures, you cover sensors. Could you please switch on Orlan lights as well, in addition to other lights? So we won't wait for the sunrise? No, Oleg, we won't. We do not waste time, you know, although you are on the dot, but still, you know, it's 10 minutes before the sunrise. You know, one sensor is just in front of me, and the second one will be at an angle. Is it okay? No, it's okay, Oleg. So try to take pictures as close as possible, and then you will relocate, and from the pressurized adapter location, you will also take pictures. It is desirable to take close-up pictures from there as well, and to take the picture of the second one. This is important. All right, so I will start switching on Orlan lights. Piotr, we are watching how you work with the cutter here. So, Oleg, what about Orlan lights? Are they on your spacesuit? Piotr, thank you. Yes, they are on. Copy, Oleg. Oleg, don't be in a hurry. So we need you to take pictures of the orifices with the mirrors that the sensors are equipped with. Okay. Take pictures. Yes, take pictures. You mean to remove it? No, you don't have to remove the MLI flap. So I have to take close-up pictures from all sides. Yes, that's affirmed, Oleg. So you take pictures from all sides, close-up, as much as possible.
Петр, а ты сейчас достаешь Keeper, да?
Петр, and you are retrieving the Keeper right now. Is this correct? Yes, that's correct. Copy. And the first connector to mate is 8-14. Of course, you're right next to it. I think I will collect all caps first. And then we'll go to 8.5 and 8.6. Then when I'm next to those connectors, I will stow the cap keeper, and then we'll start connecting 8 connectors after that. Is it okay? Yeah, it's at your discretion, Piotr. Well, it's the sequence here is not prioritized, so it is at your discretion. Okay? Sounds good then. Oleg, now you can go to the other side and take pictures of the EKV horizontal sensors from there. So take photos of from the other side. Copy. I removed the cap from the connector 8-14. Copy, Piotr. Unintelligible. Come again. So there's the cap with some kind of a key. Yes. On this connector, it was with the key, and on 5 and 6 without it. Well, 5 and 6, they are plastic connectors, but still they are high-frequency connectors. It's just like a plate 17. Very similar to it. There are plastic connectors that are high-frequency ones. Yes, that's correct, Piotr. Oleg, now there is sunrise where you are, so you can wait for a couple minutes more. And well, I took pictures from one side only. Copy. You mean from the side where you were first? Now I am translating to the other side. Well, I took pictures from the side of the handrail that I had installed, and now I am translating to the other side. Copy, Oleg.
In
3.5 minutes, you will have installation. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 53 minutes, 44 seconds and counting into today's spacewalk. Got a double box up for you right now, looking at helmet cameras from Oleg Novitskiy on the left there, Pyotr Dubrov on the right. They're in the final stages of routing all of these cables today. Right now, Pyotr Dubrov is at patch panel number 8 on the Russian service module. He's got 3 cables that he's connecting to, tied into the TV system, tying together the TV capabilities between the Russian Multipurpose Laboratory Module and the Russian Zvezda service module, and then one final Ethernet patch cable just to complete that Ethernet routing from the U.S. segment of the International Space Station to the newly arrived Multipurpose Laboratory Module. He's got 3 connections that he's making. You'll hear them referred to as cables 814, 86, and 85. Once he's able to get all of these connected, he'll take some final closeout photos of all of the mated or the connected cables, and then he'll put the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, that off-white flap you can see to the right there, back in place, providing some additional protection for all of these connections from that spaceflight environment. This will be the final cable routing task for the spacewalk today. They've already completed several, attaching a cable both at the Russian service module and the MLM, tying together the 2 modules' respective cores, antenna feeder units that are used for automated rendezvous and docking for Russian visiting vehicles like Progress and Soyuz.
We have a lot of noise. Yes, it has already started as far as I understand. Okay, I completed the pictures, Oleg. All right. Now, could you please translate back to Peter's location, to plate 8? Okay. So when you were taking pictures, Oleg, what about LED? Was it blinking? Something was blinking. Okay, copy. Piotr, thank you for your report. Now that about the cap keeper, so please start connecting connectors 8.5 and 8.6. Yes, I will start connecting presently.
Практики мало, но да, у нас на прошлом выходе не получилось много времени потратить.
Last time during the EVA, or you didn't have time to spend on that? You know, I need to stow these caps. The lanyards on them are so long, so that they get snugged on the wires here. So I am trying to stow them. If you are willing and have a chance, could you please take pictures from this angle, how the cables from FGB towards the plate 18 are routed? I think it's a good opportunity here to take those pictures. Yes, I agree. I think we'll be able to take everything into the frame, so to say, to take picture of everything. Yes, Oleg, could you please take pictures? So, Peter, have you stowed away the caps in the cap keeper? Yes? Hooray. Success. Well done. So, do you want to take a break before you start connecting the connectors, Peter? Well, let me get to them first, and then I will take a breather. All right, it's up to you, Peter.
Там часть сейчас выглядит просто легкие, совершенно без вкуса, почти что.
Okay, so there are no lanyards. The caps on the connectors are tight. I think I took picture of one. Oleg, then could you please translate towards Peter's location? Okay, 8-5 connector, here it is.
Five hours, 1 minute, 15 seconds into today's spacewalk. Got another one of those short handovers, so we'll be getting our video link back with the station momentarily. Meanwhile, the two spacewalkers, Pyotr Dubrov and Oleg Novitskiy, working now together to finish connecting these cables. We were just hearing that cable 8-5, so one of the two TV cables now connected there at that patch panel on the Russian service module. So we had three cables that we were looking to get connected right now, 8-5, 8-6, and 8-14. And then once that's done, they'll take photos of all of those newly mated connections and then close the multi-layer insulation flap over, and that will wrap up all of our cable routing activities for today.
Okay, the next one. Right, removing the cap. Mating connectors HFP 8-6 on of SM MLM1. Cable bundle 2 connector HFP 8-6 on SM plate 8. They are mated. Copy, Peter. Now I have to secure them in the spring clips Olirka clips.
Нравится тебе эта антенна, Олег, да?
Олег, you love this antenna, right?
Что?
Come again, Moscow?
Говорю, антенна нравится.
I mean, you like this antenna? Well, it is very hard to pass by, to get around it. You know, I can try to find the better position to
Да, я понял.
Go around it. Yes, I understand, Oleg. That's why I ask. Well, but antenna is actually beautiful. Okay, this is Piotr. So the caps from 5 and 6 connectors are... before you close the MLI flap, could you please take a picture of this location as well? So you mean to connect number 3, then close all flaps? That's is this the way to do it? Yes, you can do it, Piotr. It's a go. All right, do it. Copy in work. Let me get to the connector first. The cap is off. There is no Ford. Everything is fine. It's a go to start mating, Piotr. Okay, from the connector side, there is no Ford as well. I did made it here, but the arrows are not aligned here. Is the latch closed? Yes, the latch is closed. Piotr, stow it for now, and we will test the cable and verify whether the mating has been successful. Artyom, if you have time, do you mind if I take a few pictures here? Because there is a really good view with the name of Gagarin there. Yes, we do have some free time now till we check out the cable connections. Copy. The most complicated, the most challenging thing with mating connectors is to watch your hands and make sure you don't do anything extra. That's right. Okay, and now we can take pictures. Well, since you're taking pictures, can you turn around? Yes. I am counting for 5 seconds, standing by for the 5 seconds. Okay. How is the view from your camera?
I'm just trying to grasp this and capture this beautiful view. And don't forget about your lights. Петр. I'm trying, that's not me. Okay, the camera is on.
Поснимали или сейчас снимаете разъемы, да?
Did you manage to take pictures of the connectors? It's work in progress.
Наблюдаем.
Copy, we see that.
Петр.
Петр.
А мы твою картинку что-то с камеры
We stopped receiving video from both of your cameras. Well, for high definition camera, the LED is illuminated. Okay, good. We are seeing the video now. I am suggesting you close the MLI flap and stand by for the checkout, for the end of the checkout of the TV and Ethernet on TVU. Copy.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 11 minutes, 52 seconds into today's spacewalk. The cosmonauts Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov just now wrapping up all of those final connections, taking photos of the now mated connections and closing the flap over patch panel number 8 on the Russian service module. Right now the team's working to do some connectivity tests, both in the Ethernet cables and also the TV systems on board, which are now tied together between the Russian service module and the MLM, the Multipurpose Laboratory Module. NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei is inside the Russian segment still. He's going to be assisting with that Ethernet connectivity test. For now, though, the crew is getting a few minutes to rest before they get words from the flight controllers down on the ground in the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, just outside of Moscow, on what the next steps are. per the nominal timeline, they were going to move off next and retrieve 2 items from inside of the airlock, the Biorisk containers that'll be installed outside of the Poisk module, and also a platform with adapters eventually bound for installation on the MLM.
Really secure it because it's too old.
Today's spacewalk was originally slated to last about 6.5 hours, including these next few tasks. As of right now, they're still about 30 to 40 minutes behind on their nominal timeline, so we'll see what words we get. Assuming they complete those additional 2 tasks, there will be a couple of items for jettison at the very end of today's spacewalk, including protective cover over one of the attachment points.
Reach over.
As well as the cover from the Ethernet cable reel that Oleg Novitskiy had to disassemble when it proved stubborn and he was unable to release it from its stowage point on a handrail outside the Russian segment.
So zealously. Somewhat like this. Well, the weather is very still. Artyom, we closed it. Copy. And you can move over to STU, and we're standing by for the end of the checkout. Copy. The target is pushing me a little bit. Is it the target that's in the way? No, I don't think so, Pyotr. And I got the second one. Copy. So you are on STO. Right, I am on STO. And I'm trying to free up some space for Oleg and move to the side.
All right, so the adjustable tether is on S2. Guys, just FYI, the Ethernet cable is a success. One of the two TVS connectors test was successful, and we're standing by for the results of the second connector test. Okay, we've been waiting for the results. And guys, that's like the last leg of our journey here. So take a break, get some rest. Artyom, how much light do we have left?
Светлого времени у нас еще 40 минут.
40 minutes till the till the orbital night. Okay, copy.
So 5 hours, 21 minutes, 7 seconds into today's spacewalk. Both Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov, whose helmet camera we're looking through right now, are taking just a breather as they have now completed all of the cable routing tasks for today. Right now they're doing some connectivity tests inside. I'm checking out the now linked TV systems between the MLM and the Russian service module, as well as the Ethernet connectivity. Again, everything started off earlier today with the routing of an Ethernet cable that's linking together the US segment of the station and the newly arrived MLM. It's going to provide data connection for any future payloads and also a redundant data path to controlling the European robotic arm once it's up and running outside of MLM in the Russian segment. All of that routing and connection has been done successfully so far, so they're doing these connectivity tests before the spacewalkers get the go to move on to any additional tasks for today. They also were able to accomplish the installation of a couple of gap spanners known as handrails, essentially long handrails to help with translation or movement outside of the Russian segment over on MLM, with Dubrov installing 3 of those right off the bat after exiting the Poisk airlock earlier this morning. So for now, they're taking a breather. The other primary tasks that were on the timeline for today were the deployment of 2 external pieces of hardware, one a set of containers for the Biorisk research experiment outside of the Poisk module, and another one is a passive platform with adapters that'll be used for hosting future payloads outside of MLM. So with those 2 tasks still to go, they're just again taking a breather right now before getting some words from flight controllers down in Moscow. Again, we're 5 hours, 23 and 10 seconds in to a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk today.
Congratulations. That's good to hear.
And we are here. Just wanted to tell you that you have completed everything that was planned for today, but we will continue with the adapter platform and Biorisk. 5:19 is the time outside for your spacewalk. How are you feeling? Great. This is Peter. Wonderful. This is Oleg. You sound really upbeat, guys. That's good to hear. Well, we got really excited, really early. So the night was pretty eventful. That's why we are so perky in the morning, from early morning. I heard about that. I hope it stays there. Okay. I can't really reach over the platform from here. No, you'll have to translate to get to it. Could you remove this layer and put it on the platform because it's a little bit in the way? Well, why do you need me to move it? So that I don't have to get it bent over the platform. And it will be closer to the translation handrail, so maybe it will help. Okay, so and the handle is now in the way.
And so 5 hours, 27 minutes into today's spacewalk, the two cosmonauts did get the go to continue on their nominal timeline to move back towards the Poisk airlock and retrieve the next two items that are going to get installed. One's the Biorisk, and that is a payload that's going to be installed outside of Poisk, exposing different samples from the ground to the spaceflight environment, the vacuum of space. And then also looking to see them retrieve a platform with adapters. It'll be a passive platform hosting site for any future payloads outside of the Russian segment.
No, you will need it. It's the wire cutters that you may need. So it's not clear how the BTP cover is going to behave. It's supposedly secured with Velcro, but it's better to be safe than sorry, because there were way too many occasions when it didn't go as planned today. That is true. Maybe you can move over to those handrails, and I will take this Biorisk platform. Trying to play around all those threats. The crew lock bag is a little bit in the way. This is much better. Okay. No. I need to have the crew lock bag. Unintelligible. What are you saying? My legs got caught on something. It's the cables. Cables. Copy. Right there. Hey, are you going to be here? Yes. Артем.
Связи.
Go ahead.
А у нас есть пару фотографий возле выходного люка сделать?
Would you like us to take a couple of pictures next to... Can we take a couple of pictures next to the airlock while it's still light? Yes, go ahead. We have about 2 minutes. Take a break, and then we can take a few pictures.
На данный момент напоминал очень сильно Винни-Пуха.
You look like a Winnie the Pooh that got stuck after having too much honey. You mean stuck in trying to leave the rabbit's house? Yes. Don't forget that you need to leave some juice left in the battery to take pictures of Biorisk. I've been using it sparingly. And after the Biorisk, I wanted to suggest you to leave the cameras on, and all your further movements can be done with the cameras on, but please save some batteries for the Biorisk. All right, then I am going to get the container. And it's probably going to be difficult to do it with just one tether.
Five hours, 34 minutes, 33 seconds and counting into today's spacewalk. Both Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov now back at the Poise airlock, extracting the next pieces of hardware that they're going to be installing outside. First up is the Biorisk containers. These are part of a long-running experiment looking at obtaining data on any physical genetic changes in some microorganisms like bacteria, also fungi, things that have a chance to be found on spacecraft equipment. So exposing them to that vacuum of space, that harsh spaceflight environment in low Earth orbit. All of this being done to, again, not only understand the viability of these different organisms once they go into a very extreme environment like low Earth orbit, but also understanding the chances of any surfaces of spacecraft potentially being contaminated once they are sent up on missions. One particular point of interest, anything being found on exterior surfaces once we begin interplanetary missions, is obviously you don't want to bring anything with you if you're searching for signs of past life or anything like that on the surface of a planet like Mars. So the Biorisk is going to be exposing a number of different samples to that vacuum, that radiation environment of low Earth orbit, and just continuing to inform design processes on the ground, having a number of different Earth applications as well in extreme environments and things like gas and oil pipelines.
Pyotr, just in case, stay close to Oleg, of course. I am getting ready to take the platform over.
Continuing to get a view from the helmet cam of Pyotr Dubrov. He's EV2. He's in a suit with blue stripes on it. He's looking in at EV1 Oleg Novitskiy in a suit with red stripes along it as he's inside the Poise airlock working to remove the Biorisk containers.
Not really recommended to attach it to yourself. Okay, I copy.
And while they continue to get this hardware out for its installation outside Poise, we did hear on the ground that there was a successful checkout of the now linked TV systems between the Russian service module and the Russian Multipurpose Laboratory Module, the MLM. So that was the focus of a lot of that final cable routing that we were watching over the last hour and a half. And so successful test has been confirmed.
No. My recommendation is on the adapter panel, pull off the rubber bands of the transportation scissors. So that would enable you to translate as comfortably as possible. Well, your question is what are we going to grab onto? Well, if you unravel the tether to its full length, then you can route it outside. Yes, I think it will be easier to unravel it. If I use the short tether, then it doesn't allow me to turn around near the panel. Inside, I can only work with the long tether. If both tethers, transportation tethers.
As of right now, we are 5 hours, 40 minutes, 29 seconds into today's spacewalk. Another short handover, so waiting to reacquire communication, that video link up with the space station as our KU band antennas now point at a different tracking and data relay satellite that are in geosynchronous orbit and are that primary communications method that we have for talking with the crew on board the station, also getting live video down from them. So we'll get that back momentarily. As you can see, the station right now currently orbiting just over the South Pacific off the western coast of the very southern tip of South America. It's going to continue to swing up on a northeasterly track, eventually crossing the terminator line, that line between night and day, with the sunset and orbital nighttime coming up for these crew members in just about 19 minutes from now. But they are still at that Poisk module working to get the Biorisk containers out. Those are part of an experiment project on board the station that's been running for several years. They're going to be installing these to expose them to the low Earth orbit environment just outside of the Poisk module.
Second day. What is the second tether? Well, it's holding it. Okay, hold this one again. On what about the other end? Okay, here you go. Be careful, the hatch. Hold on, hold on. Okay, let me pull out the tether. And the cameras are rolling? Yes. I think I turned it off, but it probably got pressed to go on again.
Привет, сколько-то платформа есть.
Так, есть. Один фаул зацепил. Так, сейчас я камеру проверю просто.
Yes, I hooked the tether. One transportation tether on the tether 6029. The second one is inside still. Okay, you can probably take this out for now. You can probably egress with this particular tether, the one I handed to you. And I am going to follow you. Well, I need to reconnect the tethers because it's short, long is not going to be enough. So I'm going to grab it. I'm going to route it here. Let me take the entire bundle inside. No, you don't need to do that. Now let it hang here. Let it stay hooked over here. Okay, hold on. Let's take it outside slowly. Are you still holding on to it? Grab it. Grab the handle. Yes. Yes, I'm holding it in. I'm holding it by the handle. Okay. Okay. Now let me figure out my own. I got the short one. Are you holding it? Yes, I am. I'm going to hook the second one. So I'm going to hold on to it, and you're going to free up some space for me. I hope it will be long enough. So are you holding on to it? Yes. You can let go. I'm trying to rotate over here. I think you can advance further, and I can hand you the bundle later. I need to move higher. So this runs parallel to the handrail. Okay, let me try to egress feet first. You can probably reconnect the tether over here. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to do it later. I got it. I'm holding it. And I am letting it go. We reconnected the short one.
Уже по люку потом ВЛ-2 надо будет подниматься в сторону грузовика.
You will need to translate along the EVA hatch in the direction of the cargo vehicle. So toward Bacadillo.
Так, сейчас я перестыкую поближе.
So I'm going to move the bundle itself closer to where I am. Okay, I got it.
Взял, пустил. Так.
There is also a metal handrail. It looks like it's at an angle and secured safely. MCC Moscow EV2, how do you read me? Go ahead. Here, from the EV hatch, there is a handrail that is a support like handrail. Yes, it is designed to serve as a handrail, so you can use it for translation. Copy. So is the length of your tether sufficient? Yes. I'm taking it. Okay, you got it? Okay, copy. Or rather, I hand it over to you. Well, I still need to translate upside down. That's an option as well. Okay, we reattached it. In about 8 minutes, there will be sunset. We're going to have sunset here as well. Copy. Well, I'm talking about you. I was talking about the orbital eclipse. So, can we move further? The gloves are heating up here. No, I see it. I see it. We need to figure out how it is more comfortable to translate. There are some experiments here. I'm going to try to translate along the handrails. Yes, you can use this particular metal handrail as well. So there are black supports here. Well, it will be uncomfortable here. I'm here on the metal handrail. So you can move on further.
Hours, 55 minutes, 18 seconds into today's spacewalk. Both cosmonauts, Oleg Novitskiy and Fyodor Dubrov, right now working to transport the platform with 3 Biorisk containers that they removed from the Poisk module that are going to be installed on a platform just outside on the module itself.
So let me move this.
Been a successful day for these spacewalkers so far, successfully routing and connecting all of the cables that were planned, including an Ethernet cable to provide a redundant path for commanding payloads and the European robotic arm once it's up and running outside the MLM. Also installing 3 gap spanners or long handrails to aid in future translation or movement around the Multipurpose Laboratory Module for future spacewalks. Also routing a number of other cables, tying together the core's automated rendezvous antenna feeder units on both the Russian service module and the MLM, along with tying together the service module and the MLM TV systems, and we've gotten confirmation that those checkouts were done on that TV system connection, and that was done successfully. We also heard that they successfully checked out the Ethernet, the data connection, tying together the US segment to MLM, again for that redundant path for payloads and control the European robotic arm, and that was also successful. So for now, though, as we are coming up on the 6-hour mark, they're continuing to work with these Biorisk containers to get them installed where they're going to remain outside, exposing different samples to the vacuum of space. Here's a graphic of what it's ultimately going to look like, and you'll see it in the helmet cameras, but there are 3 containers, each containing different samples. And again, Biorisk looking at different microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, other small microbes that might be found on the outside of a spacecraft before it goes into outer space, looking at the viability of these different organisms once they're exposed to that spaceflight environment, and then consequently any of the possibility of transferring Earth organisms on the exterior surfaces of any spacecraft, particularly those bound for interplanetary destinations.
Крышка большая, ее в крыло не убрать.
This item is large. It won't fit into the crew bag.
Петр, смотри, мы в конце...
Peter, at the end of the EVA, we're going to gather everything into one bundle. The BDP cover, MOI flaps from panel 17, and the cover from the Ethernet reel, and we're going to bundle it together as one object, and we're going to push it away or jettison it. So you do not need to put it inside the crew bag. Okay, copy.
And just then the crew members are getting an update. So they'll have to remove a protective cover over the attachment point on Poisk, where they're going to install the Biorisk containers and its attachment payload. The plan was already set in the normal timeline to jettison that cover overboard at the end of the spacewalk. There was one other item that was set for jettison a little bit earlier in today's operation, the cable reel container for that Ethernet cable that was routed. They were unable to get the entire reel off of its temporary stowage point on a handrail, able to remove the cover of that cable reel, and so that'll be bundled together with the protective cover, which we can see was just removed, and those two will both be jettisoned overboard. Again, these are planned in advance, and they are done in conjunction with the trajectory officer here in Mission Control Houston, just to ensure that we have very sound knowledge of the expected trajectory of these items, and to ensure that there's no risk of recontact with the International Space Station.
Но, тем не менее, получается, надо оказаться со стороны...
Nevertheless, you should end up on the side of the cargo vehicle so you can cover that handle.
Я думаю, может, если Петр левой рукой возьмет за поручень...
If Peter holds onto the handrail with his left hand, and if I press it from above, then he can probably reach it with his right arm. We should try. I think there's a chance. I copy. I hope that's how it's going to work out. There's some sort of a tether here. I think it's on the handrail that's attaching to the metal handrail. There's some sort of a tether. Okay, you got it? I am going to translate over there. So I am not going to touch it here. I'm going to reconnect from above. So take a look which way it's more comfortable for you to approach. Because then you will need to release the hooks after you install the panel. Is it convenient for you to work with the handle? Well, I can try if you hold on to it. So do you need to push it towards you? I will need to get it coming from the right side. I will need to turn around and push it to the right.
О, вроде все, хорошо взял.
Держишь, да?
Да.
Так, тогда отпусти.
Okay, you're holding on to it? Yes. You can let it go.
Часть конструкции. Не очень.
Она стала уже?
Что?
На точку стала?
На точку встала, да.
Did it get to the point? Yes.
Тихо.
Блин, не, так не дотянусь.
Вам с другой стороны.
Какие-то острые.
There's some sharp components protruding here.
Да, знаешь, вот чтобы работать с ручкой.
In order to work with the handle, I will need to get to the handrail. I need to approach from this side of the handrail where your scissor is secured to.
Стоит она хорошо сейчас?
Ну, может, чуть глубже надо. Мне отсюда сложно.
Нет, вряд ли, глубже.
Ну, значит, наверное, так.
Ты так за ручку не держишь.
So are you holding on to the? Are you holding on to the handle? Yes.
Я ее немножко прижимаю.
Yes, I'm holding on to it.
А я в нее сучусь. Так, сейчас.
Там осторожно, с моей стороны, на обрезе.
Be careful from my side. There's some sharp edges from the breeze. From my side on the breeze, there is a sharp edge.
Ну, кстати, с твоей стороны еще хорошо тем, что фиксатор.
Which is what is good is the handle is secured from this side as well. I wouldn't be able to reach it from my side.
Надо ручку сдвинуть, фиксатор повернуть. Там флажок такой.
Так. Здесь антенна какая-то. Так, ложу.
There is some sort of an antenna here.
Когда ручку переведем закрыто.
So when we rotate the handle into the closed position.
Так. Рывки убирается. Вот это, да.
So it's sticking against the MOI. Okay. So how do we grab it? Well.
О. Да ладно. Так, и флажок вниз, да?
So do you see the tab?
Флажок параллельно ручке ставить?
Artem, should we set the tab parallel to the handle? Yes. Set the flag parallel to the handle.
Слушай, ну где-то что-то какой-то подвох. Она осталась.
There is a catch. There's a catch somewhere. We were able to set it from first try. I am surprised myself. I was thinking you would have a hard time reaching the handle, but well, it was a little inconvenient. So the handle is pressed against the protruding part of the structure. Well, do you guys need a brake? I think we could use a little brake.
Хорошо, давайте немножко отдохнем.
Okay. So where do we put the scissors? Remove the scissors attached to yourself or to crew back, whichever option is more convenient. Remove Biorisk and translate further down along the circumference to set the magnetic lock and set it into the magnetic lock. Where Peter is located, well, where you're located, you need to translate a little further and you will be near the magnetic lock. Okay, I am going to try. I see the magnetic lock.
Поручень 60-33.
Так. А куда на крылок бэк?
And where should I secure it on the crew log bag exactly?
Поручень логбэга или можешь свое навесное оборудование или...
On the rail of the crew bag or on the hardware, maybe.
Да, на свинарм.
Maybe on the swing arm.
Если там хватит.
Yes, if you have enough space there, yes, it's a go to secure it there. Okay, let me see. I think it should be enough. Should be sufficient space there. I think it will be easier to install the Biorisk, only using one pair of hands, not four. Yes, Oleg will remove Biorisk, will pass it on to you, and you will install it. That's a good idea. Maybe I should secure it with something right away. Maybe on that handrail here. Well, you should have a tether available there, Pyotr.
Который тоже надо будет забирать потом.
You will have to retrieve it as well later on. Yes, I agree. Okay, so let us use this tether from the platform. Pyotr, please look at the safety tether. Is it tethered correctly? Where it is? It is on the swing arm. Yes, I secured it with one hook, and the other hook is on the first one. Yes, that's the plan. So now it is secured on the tether from that side. Yes, and also wire tie should be there, guys. So what will be the second point of attachment? There's no need to have the second point of attachment, because you will hold it with your hand. But before I reach this installation point or location, I won't be able to hold it one hand because I need to translate first. Well, yes, once you are there, then you will hold it with one hand. Okay. So where should I attach it here, Pyotr? I will try to my short tether. It is done. I'm holding it, in case you need to do something. I'm removing the wire tie here. This is Pyotr. It is done. It is removed. No, it is not exactly actually removed. I will have to redo it. Now it is removed, and I'm holding the unit. Okay? Well, I will have to see whether I will be in a good position to take it from you. The breathing hole was opened by you yesterday, correct? The breathing orifice on the unit. Yes, that's correct. We did it. Copy, thank you. I am holding it. Let it go. Yes, I let it go. I installed it. I installed it into the lock. Copy. I think it will be hard to remove the tether now. So in order to retrieve it, I just have to pull it, correct? No, you have to open the lock first. Okay. And then to try to break it out. Yes, so the lock. So why are you doing this? Oh, you mean you want to get to retether the hook? Yes, that's correct. I retethered it to the other side so that I could. Now I installed it under the tip lock once again. It is installed. The lock is in the position closed. Now you will have to deal with the wire tie, Piotr. Copy. Олег, and you have a go to proceed to move towards Piotr. You will go over the circle, so to say, to the operator's post. Copy. So I tied the wire tie. Copy, Piotr. Thank you. So we continue translation. Yes, that's correct. Piotr, if you want to take a break, please go ahead.
And so 6 hours, 15 minutes, 56 seconds into today's spacewalk. The crew members, Oleg Novitskiy and Fyodor Dubrov, just finishing up the installation of the Biorisk payload outside of the MRM-2, the Mini Research Module 2, also known as Biorisk, which is also serving as their airlock for today's excursion. This is one of the last primary tasks that they had on their timeline. They will still have a jettison activity where they're going to jettison the protective cover that was over the area where Biorisk was installed, along with part of the cable reel cover from the Ethernet cable that was routed a little bit earlier in today's spacewalk. And then one additional task that we might be looking at after this will be the installation of a passive platform over on MLM, a platform with adapters for future payloads. But for now, we're a little over 6 hours, 17 minutes into today's spacewalk.
So where should I go next?
Originally planned to last 6 hours, 30 minutes. They're about 40 minutes behind in the normal timeline. So depending on how many additional tasks they decide to undertake, we could be looking at a spacewalk in excess of 7 hours today.
This is 6033, then 6034. And the next one is just beneath the operator post. I won't be able to reach it from here, I'm afraid. This is Piotr. I don't have the length of the short tether. So where, at what handrail you are now, Piotr? let me see, 6033 and 6034 is a long one, and the next handrail beneath the post is 6035. I have a little bit of margin here, or a slack here on the short tether, so I will try to use it to reach there. Yes, I can give it a try. It's not easy to do that. And what about the upper handrail, not far from the progress vehicle? It will take longer. Copy. But you have managed to reach, right, Pyotr? And grab it. Yes, I did. Copy. So the issue is resolved. What is waiting for us there? I think the most difficult stage or part of the route is completed successfully. So what do you think will be the best way, the fastest way to do it, Pyotr? Well, if we had used the same route that we used to take before, yes, that's correct. So this is not a very convenient way because there are big gaps between the handrails and points of attachment.
можете пока дать за мой визифал зацепишь, запрос оператора.
Well, Peter, while you're not very far away, you can take my tether and secure it to the operator's post. Yes? You can do it in an unintelligible. So this tether is a long one and it will extend. Did you secure it? Yes, I did. Thank you so much, Peter. Okay, I pulled the tether. I think I will try to translate from this side here. Yes, it is all right. I think I managed to translate here very well. Until the sunrise, you have 4 minutes left, guys.
Yes.
Copy. Copy. EVA 1 and 2. So I went over the operator's post. Copy, Piotr. And I'm on my way. This is Oleg. Sounds good. So 2 minutes before the sunrise, guys. Well, you're practically at the end of the EVA. So we just need to tidy everything up. Oleg, for this, you will have to work at the plate number 9 with connector number 11. Then you will have to jettison the cover together with the MLI flaps. And after them, you will have to remove UKP, universal cable carrier, and to put it in MRM2. And after that, you will ingress. Copy. So what do I have to do at plate connector, plate number 9? We have the connector, the 911, that you connected before.
Разъем 9.11.
9-11 will have to be tied with a wire tie. You will get a wire tie from Peter and put it in place and take a picture of this configuration.
No. Может, тогда я пойду в 9-й плате, я же нахожусь.
Maybe I will go to plate number 9. I will translate there. This is Piotr. Of course, I'm closer to it. Piotr, do you have unintelligible? You know, I closed it with MLI flap, and it is just, there covered. But, there is a concern that during dynamic ops, this MLI flap can open up. All right, if you have a concern like that, then of course we will do what you ask. Thank you for understanding, guys. There are 3 connectors in parallel high-frequency connectors, and it's number 3 between them. So, it's not easy to wire tie it. To what should I wire tie to? To cable? Oleg?
Силы и желание.
короткий перерыв связи.
So we had a short loss of signal.
В любом случае,
Piotr,
МИМ-2 заводить.
You will have to put the log back to MRM2. Well, actually, no. Leave it at the opening of the hatch. Of course, we will deal with the MLI. All right, the one that is from plate 17. Yes, that's correct. All right, so I will retether my, so that you know I won't waste time on that. If you have a chance, the BTP passive base point housing should be left also near the hatch. And while you deal with the plate number 9, Oleg will assemble the kit for jettisoning. Well, it's an option. Moscow, I have one tether on me right now. I will use it to secure the BTP passive base point housing or cover, and we'll leave this tether inside. Copy, Piotr.
6 hours, 31 minutes, 30 seconds into today's spacewalk. Both Novitskiy and Dubrov have made their way back to the Biorisk module, where they are just outside the hatchway. They've been discussing it with the flight controllers on the ground, but they're working now to move towards a jettison activity. So they will have some MLI, some multi-layer insulation that was removed during the installation of the Biorisk containers.
To activate? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I'm sorry. Oleg, you can activate and even take a picture of Biorisk. Can you see it from here? Yes. But only from this side. Well, at least from this side. Thank you for reminding me. You are always welcome. And after you activate the cameras, do not deactivate them until the very end of the EB. So I tethered my tether on the handrail 6122. Well, you don't have to get it inside. Leave it there. Leave it there. Well, I can take it out again. Yes, it will be better.
And to continue, it looks like the jettison will be the last task before all of the cleanup steps for today's spacewalk. Standing by to hear if they're going to be separate items or if they'll be bundled together. But again, the Russian flight controller is working with the trajectory officer here in Mission Control Houston as they pre-coordinate before any jettison activities off the station. Once they're through with that, they'll be able to start moving into some of their cleanup, which will consist of grabbing the cable carrier that brought out 2 of the bundles that were routed today and getting that back inside the Biorisk module, then doing an inventory of all of their tools, making sure nothing got left outside before they start making their way back in, with Novitskiy slated to go inside of Biorisk first, followed by Dubrov, and then the closing of the hatch, which would mark the official end of today's spacewalk. But for now, things continue. 6 hours, 34 minutes, 8 seconds, and counting. Standing by for an upcoming jettison activity, and then potentially wrapping up today's EVA activity.
Well, this point of flew inside. Okay, all the tethers are next to the hatch. 2 tethers of the crew lock bag and of the base point. Okay, copy, Piotr. Translate to plate number 9. And Oleg will be at the edge of the EVA hatch and will deal with the bundling up the things for jettisoning. So I am translating to the edge of the hatch because I have completed imagery. So did you switch off the camera? No, I left it on. This is Piotr. I also switching on my camera. Piotr, could you? Then you don't have to take kind of separate pictures of plate number 9. I think the LED is blinking, so it is on. Copy, Piotr. Artyom, there is some handrail, and it is taped with a tape. It is kind of looks like a nominal handrail. Can I tether to it? Yes. It is taped with a tape because it used to have targets installed on it before, and so there are targets close by, but you have a go to secure your tether on that one, on that handrail. Right now, another interference zone starts. Copy. Okay, the plate. It's a familiar location. Yes, and connectors also should be familiar to you as well.
Вот этот кабель торчит.
Okay, Artyom, could you please give me some recommendations how to bundle up all these things? Oleg, on the cover of the hatch you have a wire tie tied. So I suggest tie the BTP housing or cover that you have just removed from RM2. Okay. Where is the wire tie? It is on the cover of the rail. Oh, now I got it. Unintelligible. Don't be in a hurry. I will find a cover. I will take it into my hands together with a tether, and then we will assemble the bundle.
Artyom, how can I find that connector that we need to secure? If you're looking at it, it's the cable that's above you right now. That one. Is it coming from the cable bay? Yes. And which one of them? Yes, this is exactly that one. Okay. So it's pound size 321U, 4122. Is that it? Is that the one I need? Nope. It should be, the connector should be 911. Open up the MLI flap, the one that you're looking at right now. That's for MLM 2. Well, that's cable bay that you are touching with your hand. There is a little white cable going away from it, connected to the connector, and that's what you need. All right. That's what we need then. And what if I attach it to the extension of the handrail? And we have the cable connected. Well, we have the cable connected here. I think unintelligible. I think it's going to work. Let me try and move this wire tie there. Okay, Artyom, I managed to reach the cover of the Ethernet reel. Copy. And you need to take the BTP cover afterwards. And how are we going to secure all of them? Well, you have a wire at the cover of the reel, and this wire can go through the straps. Got it. We don't need it to be super tight. It's just that we need to make sure that physically they're one whole, like one piece. I understand.
6 hours, 42 minutes, 43 seconds into today's spacewalk. Getting a live view, the helmet cam of Oleg Novitskiy as he is now working with this metal disc. You saw this if you were watching a little bit earlier. That was the cover to the cable reel for the Ethernet cable, linking the U.S. segment of the space station with the newly installed multi-purpose laboratory module on the Russian segment. It was still attached to the reel itself, which proved a little bit stubborn, and they were not able to remove from its stowage point on a handrail. So Novitskiy was able to remove the cover and the cable with it. The reel was originally slated to be jettisoned earlier in the spacewalk, but as they were not able to remove it completely, they put the cover temporarily inside the Poisk airlock and are now getting ready to jettison it along with the piece of MLI multi-layer insulation that's no longer needed. So the crew members are going to work to bundle the two together and then get ready to do this jettison. Again, all of these jettison activities always done in concert with the trajectory officer here in Mission Control Houston. They're controlled so the crew gets very specific instructions on how to push away. We have very good understandings of the drag characteristics, the expected time to re-entry for these, and obviously making absolute sure that there's not a risk of recontact, so they will push these off in a very specific direction. But that jettison should be the final task of the day, and then they'll be able to do all their cleanup steps.
Constraint.
Getting the cable carriers back inside the airlock, doing an EVA tool inventory, making sure they have everything they brought out with them, ready to go back in, and then they'll make their way back inside the Poisk module, close the hatch, and that will wrap up today's spacewalk. But for now, we're going to continue to watch, getting some pretty good lighting conditions now as we get ready for this jettison.
Now, take out of the crew lock bag and Mark, you can start closing the MLM SUSM hatch and work for radiogram 0078, and you start with the cover the valve checkout. I copy all, Moscow. After you close the hatch, Mark, please let us know, because then we're going to switch to a different radiogram. It's the only one here? Yes. Okay, everything else is covers and ties and everything else. Okay, now I have it. Have the cable that's going away from the cable bay secured to the stanchion of the handrail 22 inaudible. 2232. Copy, Pyotr. And go ahead on space to ground 1. And I am trying to take a video of everything. Now, Mark, when you close the hatch, please report, and then we are going to switch to a different radiogram. So, Oleg, should we start? Well, most importantly is for me not to be in the way of myself. What is most important is to leave and secure one transport tether to UKP so that we have more than one. Can it be an adjustable tether? Yep, it can work because we are going to be taking it inside later. And Arthur, are we going to attach anything else to this handrail? That's the last one. 1716 is the MLI cable, the last one. So the MLI cable, the cover of that point, and the cover of the Ethernet reel. So that's it. That is it. 3 items. Okay, we have put it all together, and now we have to figure out how to fit it all back into the crew lock bag. Yeah, that's quite a puzzle. Slowly. I think it's better to have the cap keeper rather than a trash bag.
Well, cap
keeper is the first. We've never used the cap keeper before, but I think it is a really, really convenient thing. I agree. It's awesome that it has hooks that you can use, because we were using French hooks during some other spacewalk. Right. Well, the French hooks was an old version of the cap keeper, and the new one has a more modern version of hooks, spring hooks. Okay, I think I cooked up something here. Copy, Oleg? And I have it all secured. Second one is...
Петр, давай сейчас тогда пока не будем снимать.
Let's now not take off UKP.
Подождем, отталкиваем.
And we'll wait till the jettisoning. And then we can proceed and continue working. Well, we would have to move to the operator's post to do the jettisoning, or is it not a must? It's not a must. If you can get to the location of the jettisoning, you need to turn around and look at the AO. And then decide. Moscow station on space to ground 1. Go ahead on space to ground 1.
Точно против вектора движения.
It's against the vector. And Mark, you can start with 0079 radiogram closure of the Pegasus hatch. Copy.
Есть желание на пост оператора перейти, да?
So you guys would like to move to the operator's post? Yes.
Я понял. Есть необходимость.
And...
Можно, конечно, как-то...
Well, we may be able to do something here.
Ладно, пойду на пост оператора.
Okay. Now, further continue with UKP removal, and once you are done, push it into MLM. So, would it be going after Oleg? Well, you go in, you position yourself, and I can hand it to you after you do the jettisoning. unintelligible. And we need to secure this one. Oleg, when you were taking out UKP, is the tether that it was secured, was it left there? Is it the one with the spring? Well, I did take it off, and we can put it somewhere around our feet, and it's not going to be too much in the way. There we go. Take the hook. Got it. So, what's it for? It's just a red.
Повесь его тогда на УКП.
Just attach it to the UKP.
И был как раз этот файл.
It's from the UKP. Copy. Nice. I figured it out, and I am going to the operator's post. Copy.
Петр, ну УКП, мне кажется, в любом случае можно снять.
UKP can be taken. UKP can be.
Хорошо.
Removed. Sounds good.
На нем можно фалы будет раскрыть на полную.
And
завести.
Cover the SUSM valve. I did everything you wanted me to do with it. Copy, Mark. Thank you.
Да, наверное, так и будет. Вот один большой уже.
And I think, and Mark, for repress, we're going to be talking with you on Space to Ground too.
And this is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 56 minutes, 11 seconds into the spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy is now moving up to what's known as the operator's post, where he will then be in position to jettison these two covers. One was the protective multi-layer insulation that was covering the point where the Biorisk containers were installed on Biorisk. The other is the piece of the cable reel that was removed when they were not able to remove the reel itself from a handrail. So these two items bundled together now will soon be jettisoned overboard.
But I may be mistaken. Well, the movement when you push it. Do it towards the large surface of the cover. So don't do any spin wrist movements. Don't spin it.
Я Петр, вы получили, этот Марк, вы получили информацию, что лук ПГО, SUSM и...
ПГО, SUSM hatch is closed. This is Mark. I'm not Petr. Did you copy that I closed the hatch? Yes, we did. Thank you.
УКП я парашют открутил.
Well, I have removed the wing nuts from UKP, and all that's left is removing it, and I'll stand by for Oleg, and we can continue working. Copy, thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to try.
Хорошо. Олег.
Sounds good.
Сначала прицелиться.
Aim first, Oleg.
Да?
Have you removed the adjustable tether? Yeah, we have.
Принято. Тогда прицелься.
So aim.
Отталкивай.
And then jettison.
Вектор скорости.
Да. Ну, по-моему, хорошо пошло.
I think it's going pretty well. Copy, we see it.
Задержись немножко камеры на...
Just,
пожалуйста.
Please. Continue filming it. I think it's going pretty well. I think it's a little bit too low.
Отлично. За агрегатный отсек ушла.
So it went behind
Тогда
AO.
Приступаем к заходу.
And you can start
Да, Олег.
with egress into MRM.
Будем делать контрольное весовое оборудование.
We are going to run to check that all add-on equipment is in place, and then we can egress.
Так, а солнце у нас опять за спиной, да? Эх, не везет. Да.
And it's behind me, right?
Yeah. All right, well, just as we cross the 7-hour mark in today's spacewalk, that jettison complete. Trajectory officer here, Mission Control Houston, already reporting it looked like a good trajectory for that jettison. They'll continue to just track, get a drag coefficient on it as it continues to make its way away. But again, the direction is coordinated in advance of any jettison, just to minimize any risk of recontact with the International Space Station. So with the jettison now complete, both spacewalkers are now going to make their way to the Biorisk module. They'll first get a cable carrier that's been temporarily stowed outside and a handrail back inside, then do an inventory and then start making their way back in.
Previous CVA and did everything for this CVA, so this is a complete total success, and let's egress.
Главное, освободили пространство.
Well, we freed up the space, installed all the handrails.
Поручни — это главное, согласен.
The handrails are the main goal, especially the ones that are named after people.
Так, давайте пока.
And so, let's start the equipment checkout. I'm going to go through it, and you check, then verify that everything's in place. And so, Piotr, since Oleg is moving, let's start with you. OTA with a swing arm and tool caddy are in place. Are they? Yes.
Повтори, пожалуйста.
Would you repeat your last? They are in place. Copy. The extension for the reel is also in place. It is. Copy. Small red for glisser is also in place. Small red for the wrench. It is here indeed on the ratchet wrench. Large, small red. It's also here.
Adjustable.
And the adjustable one. Same thing with the adjustable. Small red. Then small is also here. Copy, Pyotr. Everything looks good for your add-on equipment. Oleg, are you ready? I am. Copy. So OTA, swing arm, and tool caddy are in place. We see them. The reel extension, we see that through Pyotr's camera, and for the reds, we need to, it's better to show us small red for glisser. I got it. Small red for the wrench.
Yes.
It is here. Got it. Large, small red to secure the equipment. I got it. And the adjustable red? And the adjustable is here. Great. The crew lock bag is inside the MRM. It is there indeed. The crew lock bag is indeed here. And we did not take any equipment from the crew lock bag besides the cap keeper. That is right. I haven't even opened the second half. Copy. So, Oleg, you can proceed with egress, and Pyotr, please remove UKP from the translation handrail. Copy. Time outside, guys, is 7 hours. So your EVA is lasted for 7 hours. That's awesome. So am I good to ingress? So it's probably going to be convenient for you to take it and just drag it in from the inside. All right, sounds good. Okay, I have removed the UKP. Copy. And move it inside. Or goad it inside. The short tether is inside. I copy, Oleg. And you can secure it with just one large tether, since you're kind of halfway in. Okay, I do agree.
And right now that we just heard both crew members do a quick tool inventory, reporting everything looks good, and so now they're making their way inside. Oleg Novitskiy, EV1 in the suit with the red stripes, is going in first. And right here you can see the cable carrier. This has been attached just to a handrail just outside. That's got to go inside first before Pyotr Dubrov can make his way in and close the hatch.
Okay, I'm inside. Copy. Now let me unhook the tether. Sounds good. Maybe we should move the crew lock bag out of there too, so it's not in the way. Well, let me try and clean up here. Maybe put the crew lock bag like somewhere around our feet. And the hook Well, it's probably going to be in the way, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's going to be in the way when I'm closing the hatch. Maybe we should secure it to the next handrail. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I can't really, there's no way I can prop myself up here. What's that? It's probably the base points cap that was secured to this one, the empty one. Okay, got one. The cap, I'm going to move that cap away from here. You can attach it to the platform and then move it somewhere. Yeah, I'll go and attach it to the crew lock bag. Okay, here is crew lock bag.
Контроль ЦО, понятно.
Fuel monitor. Okay, understand.
Так, убрал.
Put it away.
Жарко.
Oof, it's hot.
Так, доводи. Посмотри, могу тебе...
I can hand it over to you like this. If you pull up the scissors on the outside, there's a hook. Maybe you can reach it and grab it. Or maybe you can hold on to the panel, and I can hand it over to you, whichever way you prefer. Well, okay, I'm holding on to the panel. Okay, let me take a look. Okay, hold on to the panel for now. There's no rush. There's no rush. I'm holding it. Okay, I got it. There we go. Okay, I'm going to secure it over here. You can pull it in all together. Okay, I'm going to pull off the second scissor. Okay, I got it.
Так, ну если они вот здесь будут, я думаю, нам не помешает.
I don't think that's going to be in the way. Your feet are going to be below, lower when you're going to close it. Other than that, we're going to secure it all very well. That's true.
Ну ладно, попробуем.
Okay, let's try. If something happens, I'm going to start moving it somewhere. I am going to try to position myself where I was at the very beginning. I am ready to start the ingress.
Приступай к заходу в МИМ.
Start ingressing the MRM. Copy. Incredible. Okay, that was done like a pro. Okay, pull up your stomach. Inaudible. The inertia didn't carry me as far as I wanted to. Now I need to bring everything else in. I am inside. The hooks are attached to the internal handrail. Copy.
Ну, это Геннадий Михайлович должен давать команду.
Well, Gennady Mikhailovich needs to give you a go. Okay.
7 hours, 13 minutes, 34 seconds, still counting into today's spacewalk. Both of our cosmonauts, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubrov, now making their way inside the Poisk module. As a reminder for Russian spacewalks, once the hatch is closed, that'll mark the end of today's activity.
Copy.
So once both are inside, they'll remove the protective ring and they'll be turning off their helmet cameras. And then once those are completed, we'll get ready to have the hatch closed. Pyotr Dubrov, EV2, the second one in, will be the one closing the hatch. We'll stand by for the end of today's spacewalk.
So the timer started incrementing. So you can start removing the protective ring.
Принял.
What did you say?
Это просто сложи.
You can just fold that particular tab. So we need to move it to the side and fold it so it doesn't get in the way. Hold on. Here we go. How was it before? Routed before? Well, it was under this particular yellow plate. I'm trying to tuck it to the side. You see, a familiar path is the shortest one. Well, here is the water flying again. Peter, Oleg. Go ahead, Artem. After you install the protective ring, you need to inspect the interface of the EV hatch and to make sure there's no fog in the area where the hatch closes, and then you will need to turn off your helmet cams. Except for the protective ring in the area of the hatch, there's nothing else there. What about the interface? Everything looks fine. There was a brief LOS. We lost you when you were reporting about the seals. We inspected the seals. They are intact. There is no damage. There's some dust particles, but these are unavoidable. Copy. Then turn off your helmet cams. Both. So Urka wasn't running. Was it? Well, I had both running. I had both cameras on. Right now the LED is not on.
Принято. В общем, нам надо...
So basically you need to make sure that both are off.
Так, у меня обе отключены. У меня тоже обе отключены.
I have both off.
Ну что, теперь ждем...
Okay, copy.
Чтобы окончательно...
So we're waiting for the sublimators in order to close the HO completely. You can remove the bracket of the CO1 panel so you can close but not latch the hatch. Okay, Peter, always turn off the ISR and the cold hot switch. Put it at least in the in position 3. Copy, ISR is off. Okay, V2 also ISR, so the heat control is on 3, and I was just saying his heat control is on 2. How copy?
Принято.
Copy.
Хорошо.
Sounds good.
Так, 6 минут прошло.
6 minutes have elapsed. I confirm. I see some more data.
Да, вопрос.
So can I lean on you? Of course. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to take some more photographs with hatch in the background. So I'll strike a pose. It looks like the LED on your camera is not blinking. I'm speaking simultaneously.
And this is Mission Control Houston. So in the final steps now to complete this spacewalk today, we'll recap all the tasks completed, but for now, both of the cosmonauts inside of Biorisk, their helmet cameras have been turned off. Now just waiting for confirmation that the hatch has been closed, and the EVA will be complete.
Bothering you. Okay, so drying out is nominal. For Peter, let's wait for that message in all spacesuits. Oh, you see, you can tell right away who was doing the hard work. You were both working hard today. You did a great job today, guys. Theo drying out, nominal for E1. Copy. You can start closing the hatch. Copy. Starting. Making sure the cord doesn't get caught. We need to do something with the cord on the wrench. Yes, this particular attachment is not very convenient. It wraps itself around. What attachment are you talking about? The key that's attached by a cord, and it's attached to the handle that's opposite the attachment point. So when we rotate it, so that particular cord wraps around the key. Well, you haven't done any rotation yet, have you? I started turning it. But you didn't get a go, though. Okay. Copy, standing by. Did your drying out? Did your drying out complete? Gennady gave us a go. Okay, copy. Okay, I got it. Okay, Peter, continue hatch closing. And after the rowers are in the closed position. Copy, starting to close. One click. I got 2 clicks. So the rowers are in the closed position. The hatch is closed. Copy. Congratulations on the successful completion of the AVA. The time of the AVA is 7 hours, 25 minutes. Guys, thank you very much for all the work done today. It was a major effort for you to catch up on everything that was left from the previous AVA and completed all the tasks for this AVA. Thank you very much for your work. And after a certain time interval, we're going to have the debrief for looking at the Moscow time. It's already going to be today. Thank you very much for training us, preparing everything, for working with us during the EVA. Thank you very much for being very thorough and knowledgeable and working through all the off-nominal cases that we encountered during the EVA. Looking forward to working with you again. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed working with you as well. All the off-nominal cases that came up during the activity we'll discuss with you tomorrow. So I am wishing you successful repress and get a good break. Thank you, Artyom. I will talk to you later. Okay, all the best. Bye. Goodbye. Is this panel...
All right, well, this is Mission Control Houston. We did get confirmation the hatch was closed. That hatch closed coming at 5:16 p.m. Central Time, 6:16 p.m. Eastern Time, 22:16 GMT. And with the hatch closed, the EVA comes to an end with a total length of 7 hours and 25 minutes. Again, total EVA length of 7 hours, 25 minutes. Hatch closed coming at 5:16 p.m. Central Time, 6:16 p.m. Eastern, 22:16 GMT. 7 hour, 25 minute spacewalk that began at 9:51 a.m. Central, 10:51 a.m. Eastern, 14:51 GMT.
To 210 millimeters mercury. Copy. That is Q card 10.
So all told, they accomplished every major task on their timeline today, starting off with finishing up some routing of an Ethernet cable to integrate the newly arrived multipurpose laboratory module with the U.S. segment, providing a data path for future payloads and a redundant path for controlling the European robotic arm outside of MLM once it's up and running. They also were able to install 3 gap spanners spanners that were originally on their timeline last week. Those gap spanners, just large handrails to help with translation or movement around the outside of the International Space Station. Those were all successfully installed, along with one additional gap spanner on the front side of the forward-facing side of the MLM module that was originally on this spacewalk before the addition of a few more tasks. They then moved on to additional cable routing, getting both bundles out of the airlock and then routed successfully between the service module and the MLM. Of those was another Ethernet patch cable, just completing that data connection. 2 cables linking the television systems between the SM and the MLM, and then one connecting the cores antenna feeder units on both the Russian service module and the MLM. That will be used in visiting vehicle operations with the Russian Progress and the Russian Soyuz spacecraft when they begin arriving to dock at the MLM module. In addition to that, they were able to redirect a plume impingement and deposit monitoring unit. That happened right off the bat pretty early in the spacewalk. That just outside to monitor the plumes or essentially any of the ejections coming out of the thrusters on the Russian segment, as all of the propulsive attitude control found on the Russian service module and also used on Russian progresses, with MLM now being added to the mix soon for roll control. So that's just a monitoring unit looking at surfaces outside and how they're interacting with any plumes coming out of those thrusters. In addition, they were able to install the Biorisk containers of the Biorisk study outside of the Poisk module, where they're going to remain and be exposed to the vacuum of space as part of that long-running study. They also took quite a bit of photos of the exterior of the Russian segment that will all be downlinked to engineers and specialists on the ground for analysis, both of their cable routing and just of several surfaces along the Russian segment. So all told, a very successful spacewalk today. Again, that hatch now closed, the spacewalk coming to an end, 7 hours 25 minutes in length, ending at 5:16 p.m. Central Time, 6:16 p.m. Eastern.
170 in the compartment, 014 EV1, 015 EV2. Copy.
в отсеке.
200 in the compartments, 014 EV1 and 011 for EV2. Copy. To 120 in the compartment, 008 EV1 and EV2. Copy.
Так, по 260 закрываем.
At 260, we will need to close it. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so a couple of numbers for you with Russian spacewalk number 50 now in the books. This was the 243rd spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 11th for the station just this calendar year, the 6th of which coming during Expedition 65. This was the third spacewalk for both Novitskiy and Dubrov, with a total spacewalking time on both of their resumes now of 22 hours and 38 minutes. All told, we've crossed 1,500 hours well in advance of that, 1,535 hours even of spacewalking time, and that equates out to 63 days, 23 hours, and 0 minutes total spacewalking time on board the International Space Station.
260.
Закрыт.
Closing.
Транспарант погас.
The message is no longer eliminated and inhibit.
Начало стабилизации 5 минут.
Starting stabilization 5 minutes. Could you tell us the RM2 pressure for manual pressure gauge? We started the timer. 1 by 1. Let me turn around.
All right, well, with the hatch closed and the spacewalk now complete, the repress has already begun inside of Poisk. Once they get it back up to the same atmospheric pressure as the rest of station, right around 14.7 psi, they'll be able to start getting out of their spacesuits, and NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei standing by in the Russian segment to assist. But that will wrap up all the coverage for today's spacewalk. We do have another one coming up in just a few days, though, and we're going to be previewing that, U.S. spacewalk number 77, tomorrow on Friday, September 10th, with a briefing with members of the International Space Station program and our flight control team. That'll be coming to you live here from the Johnson Space Center at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, so be sure to tune in. And that's all setting up for the spacewalk itself coming up this weekend on Sunday, September 12th. Our coverage will start at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 a.m. Central, for a planned spacewalk by Space Station Commander Aki Hoshide and flight engineer Thomas Pesquet out of the Quest airlock to install an adapter section that is going to hold one of the new rollout solar arrays as we continue to upgrade the power generation capability on board the International Space Station. Also of note, this will be the first spacewalk ever out of the Quest airlock with 2 international partners, astronauts going at the same time, so be sure to tune in. So we'll be back with you tomorrow to preview that spacewalk and back for more spacewalk marathon coverage on Sunday. For now, thank you for joining us for this, the 50th Russian EVA outside of the International Space Station. A successful day, 7 hours, 25 minutes, all primary tasks complete. Novitskiy and Dubrov back inside the station, getting the airlock repressurized, soon out of their suits, and then off to bed for the rest of Expedition 65. So thanks for joining. That'll do it for us from here in Mission Control Houston, so we will go ahead and sign off.